Chapter 600. Madame Naylan flashed a mesmerizing smile as she passed the cosmic ring to Lu Yin. When their hands touched, Lu Yin felt a silky smoothness. Her hands were very comfortable and soft as if they were boneless. It was only then that he noticed how beautiful her hands were. They were fair and slender and there were no scars at all. They were like white jade. "Madam, you didn't come here to see if I'm missing an arm or a leg, right?" Lu Yin joked as he forcefully shifted his attention away from her hands. Madame Naylan sat back down and smiled. "That's what I meant. You were able to return alive from Iron Blood Weave and receive much praise. Your Highness' reputation in the Outerverse is growing." Lu Yin was helpless. "It's all just a false reputation. Countless people spend their entire lives desiring a false reputation, and your Highness has already achieved that. I actually came here to discuss the Naylan family's cooperation with the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin's eyes lit up as this was a good thing. The Naylan family was one of the wealthiest corporations in the entire Outerverse, and no one knew exactly how much money they had. Although the Outerverse did not produce star essence in abundance, the Naylan family was still able to give away tens of thousands of star essence, which showed just how wealthy they were. They were not inferior to even the most powerful corporations in the Innerverse, and their wealth far exceeded that of an empire. "Madam, how do you want to cooperate?" Lu Yin asked with interest. Madame Naylan's lips curled up beautifully. "Full cooperation. Agriculture, industry, commerce, and even weapons development, space travel, resource decomposition, and so on. My Naylan family is willing to cooperate with the Great Yu Empire in everything that is involved." Lu Yin was stunned. "Madam, are you serious?" Madame Naylan nodded. "Absolutely." An hour later, Madame Naylan left, and Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he watched her leave. If the Naylan family wanted to cooperate with the Great Yu Empire, there would be plenty of people in the Outerverse who would be willing to do so. Even the powerful organizations that ruled over Weave would fight to the death. The only reason she would choose the Great Yu Empire was because of Lu Yin. When the Naylan family had asked for protection, they had mentioned economic cooperation with the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin had thought that it would only be cooperation in a certain area that would at most alleviate the Great Yu Empire's economic problems. He had never expected that it would be such a comprehensive cooperation, which was much better than the Northline Flow Zones or Watermoon Villa's economic cooperation. Now the problem was that the Great Yu Empire was at a disadvantage in every aspect when compared to the Naylan family. If not for Lu Yin's dazzling strength, then the Great Yu Empire alone would not be able to match up to the Naylan family. It seemed like it was time to increase the Great Yu Empire's strength. Cooperation was a matter of equality, and Lu Yin did not wish for the Great Yu Empire to be led by the nose by the Naylan family. With that in mind, he summoned Gavin, the finance minister. "The Naylan family wants to cooperate fully with the Empire?" Gavin was pleasantly surprised. Lu Yin nodded. "Make the necessary arrangements. Find someone to liaise with the Naylan family in all aspects." "Yes, Your Highness. With the Naylan family's help, the Empire's economy will definitely recover quickly," Gavin said happily. Lu Yin looked at him. "What I want is not recovery but growth." "Yes," Gwen quickly replied. "There's one more thing." Lu Yin looked at Gavin. "While we're working together, try to use the Naylan family's channels to contact the other weaves and arrange for our people to go over. You can discuss this with Captain Shalash." Gavin thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Yin tossed a cosmic ring to Gavin. "The things inside were sold to the Empire by me. Take a look and see how much they're worth." Gavin was puzzled and he looked at the cosmic ring. When he saw the 300 tons of Polarium essence inside, he was stunned. Polarium essence was something that two Enlighters, Elder Wu and Top Mist, would fight over as it was extremely valuable. Generally speaking, even a planet that produced Polarium would not be able to produce so much Polarium essence in one go. "Your Highness, this subject is unable to give you an estimate for the time being. 310 tons of Polarium essence, plus the star crystals from the 9-stack sect. I'll take it as 50,000 star essence. This is what the Empire owes me and I'll have to repay it in the future," Lu Yin said. Gavin nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. This subject will remember." The 9-stack sect had a huge batch of star crystals, but they were worth at most 20,000 star essence. Lei Long had not touched them because they were all crystals, which were inconvenient to carry and absorb. Lu Yin did not want to let the Nine-Stack sect benefit from this batch of crystals, so he had shipped them all back to the Great Yu Empire. As for the Polarium essence, Lu Yin did not know how much it was worth. The prices of many items would change according to the market. This Polarium essence might not be worth 30,000 star essence, but Gavin did not care. Even if Lu Yin sold it for 300,000 star essence, Gavin would still agree. After all, Lu Yin was the ruler of the Great Yu Empire, and it would not be good to be too serious about it. The Polarium essence was given to Gavin so that the 12th Imperial Squadron could be made into equipment for the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Lu Yin wanted to turn the 13 Imperial Squadrons into an invincible Outerverse army, and the criteria for joining the 13 Imperial Squadrons had to be changed. Gavin left as he was just a delivery man. The Polarium essence had to be delivered to the 12th Imperial Squadron's captain, Banjio. A few days later, Lu Yin sat down below the Emperor's throne and began his routine court session. He did not participate in court sessions often, and when he was not around, the court session was usually hosted by the cabinet ministers. Huan Sha and Enya were already standing in the court session. Although they were at the back, everyone knew that their positions would surpass those of the cabinet in the future. Due to the death of the Meek family's head, the Meek family has fallen into internal strife. After some discussion, the cabinet has decided to suppress the situation to prevent unrest among the citizens. The war in Ironblood Weave has caused many pharmaceutical companies in the empire to raise their prices without restraint. Shamrock Enterprises has been sold out, and after some discussion, the cabinet has decided to punish the companies that raised their prices without restraint. The Starry Sky Bank has officially declared bankruptcy and is being taken over by the empire. According to our estimates, this will cause some losses to the empire's economy. The ministers continued to report on the situation, and it took more than an hour. Too many things had happened during this period of time, but even so, the court session only selected a few important matters to report. Many of the smaller matters were dealt with by the four ministries and the cabinet. Lu Yin listened calmly, but there was only one word that could describe the situation: chaos. The main reason was that he did not have enough money. If he had enough money, he could suppress the prices of medical products and pacify the citizens. He could also bring jobs to many people and relieve some of their stress. Madame Naelin's offer to cooperate with him was truly a timely help. Your Highness, your subjects have completed their reports, Garop reported respectfully. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then glanced at the ministers before muttering to himself. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Lu Yin said, "Actually, I've always had an idea. During the war in Ironblood Weave, the Eastern Weaves worked together to bring about a great effect. They had more than 10 enlighters and dozens of hunters. However, this is definitely not the peak strength that the various weaves can bring out. If we can unite the various weaves and combine their strength, what kind of effect would that have?" The ministers were all confused as they could not understand what Lu Yin was talking about. Enya's eyes flashed and she looked at Lu Yin in shock. What great ambition! There were 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and no single power could rule over more than 3 weaves. At most they could rule over 2 weaves. Lu Yin laughed when he saw everyone's expressions. "Alright, it was just a joke. You may leave now." The ministers respectfully acknowledged the order and slowly left the court. Enya did not leave. She waited for everyone to leave before stepping forward. "Your Highness." Lu Yin looked at her. "Is something the matter? Is what your Highness just said true?" Enya asked solemnly. Lu Yin thought about it. "Perhaps. Do you have any suggestions?" Enya solemnly replied, "Actually, the commander once proposed a similar idea. He wanted to link the Outerverse 72 weaves together and use the entire Outerverse strength to enter the Primal Zone through Ironblood Weave and restrain the Celestial Beast Empire. The Innerverse would then attack the Celestial Beast Empire from the Erudite Flow Zone. The commander once said that the Outerverse is too vast, and a single weave isn't terrifying. However, once the weaves are united, the combined strength of the weaves is terrifying." Lu Yin was interested. "It seems that many of my ideas coincide with Commander Shui's." Enya nodded. Many of Commander's ideas were rejected by the Innerverse, and the Hall of Honor did not agree either. Times have changed and the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated. As long as Elder Lohar doesn't appear, I can use the Hall of Honor's name to do whatever I want without anyone restricting me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Just yesterday his new gadget had been delivered, and the number of honor points beside his personal status had increased to 6. Although it had only gone from 2 to 6, it represented a change in his status. As long as he did not do anything too excessive, he would stand at the top of the Hall of Honor. The inner verse and outer verse had not been separated, and it was very likely that someone with more honor points than Lu Yin would appear. However, such a person was practically non-existent now. Enya's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had never seen her this excited ever since she had joined the Great Yu Empire. Enya is willing to assist your highness in unifying the outer verse. Lu Yin laughed. Unifying the outer verse? You're overthinking things. You just want to unite the eastern weaves. Since Commander Shui originally had this idea, did you have a direction in mind? Enya nodded. An alliance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Give me a direction. An alliance? Not a bad idea. Yes, your highness. Shui Chuanshao was the most strategic commander in human history, and his thoughts and plans were not something that the current Lu Yin could compare to. He wanted to unite all 72 weaves of the outer verse, but Lu Yin only wanted to unite the eastern weaves, and if possible he wanted to add more. Even if there were no enlighters in the outer verse, and even if the Hall of Honor fully supported him, the possibility of unifying all 72 weaves was not high. The outer verse was too vast, and it would take the Great Yu Empire's army a long time to traverse it, let alone unifying it. Unless he could reach Mr. Mu's level of strength one day, then he would be able to traverse half the universe as he pleased. The days returned to normal, and on this day, a shadow entered King Zishan's palace without Kei's noticing. The moment she stepped inside, the shadow revealed itself to be a bespectacled woman. She walked step by step to the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and stood there. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared. Chapter 601. Miss Child greets Big Brother. The woman was Mafioso Planet's Melder, Miss Child Lu Yin had encountered on planet Woodrock. I didn't think that you would actually come. Lu Yin was shocked as he had forgotten about this woman. Miss Child smiled at Lu Yin. Big Brother, have you forgotten? He gave me 3 months. I arrived at Zenustar a month ago, but I was afraid of disturbing Big Brother, so I didn't show up. Lu Yin sat down and sized her up. You broke through to the Lemiter realm? It's all thanks to Big Brother's poison. My strength has greatly increased, Miss Child said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Miss Child in shock. She was clearly a Lemiter, but her rune lines were almost on par with Zhou Day Knights when she had not comprehended Night's End Daybreak. Zhou Day Knight was an elite of the Day Knight clan who had once competed with Lu Yin and was qualified to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Now that she had comprehended Night's End Daybreak, her strength was comparable to Zhanlong Day Knight's. Miss Child was from the outer verse, and her strength was comparable to Zhou Day Knight's. This was not an easy feat, and it seemed that her poison person constitution was worth developing. So the more poison she ate, the faster her strength increased? Interesting. Don't call me that. Just call me your highness like everyone else, Lu Yin said. He was not used to being called Big Brother. Miss Child beamed and nodded, looking at Lu Yin expectantly. See, your highness, can you give me some poison to eat? I'm hungry. A bottle of poison appeared in Lu Yin's hand, but he put it away under Miss Child's eager gaze. You drank a bottle back then, but I haven't paid you yet. Miss Child felt wronged. Then I'll kill whoever your highness wants me to kill. I can't think of anything for now, but I'll tell you when I do. Lu Yin was no longer very interested in the Miss Child. Back then he had wanted to use the Miss Child to deal with Topmist, but during the battle in Iron Blood Weave, Topmist had claimed that he was not the one who had revealed Lu Yin's methods. Although Lu Yin did not believe him, Topmist was currently trapped in Iron Blood Weave and had also lost the Crimson Handprint. Topmist was not much of a threat to Lu Yin, so there was no need to use the Miss Child to deal with him. Although she was a Mafioso Planet Miss Child and had defeated a Lemiter Miss Child to become the newest Lemiter Miss Child, there were still explorers, cruisers and hunters above her. She was under a lot of pressure, especially since the competition on Mafioso Planet was brutal, and there were all sorts of methods. Several Lemiter Miss children had already died, and she did not want to lose Lu Yin's support. This was an existence that even Great Elder Topmist feared and did not dare to provoke. Your Highness, Miss Child has prepared a gift for you this time, Miss Child said. Oh. Don't tell me it's a human head? Lu Yin looked at Miss Child with interest. Miss Child smiled and handed over a metal plate to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it and his expression changed. Vast Earth Sex Elder Qing Yan. He killed Meng Tianlong's eldest son Meng Guang on a rainy night 12 years ago. He seized the great desolate palm and secretly cultivated it. The metal plate recorded a series of events regarding Qing Yan, and it emphasized the process and location of his killing of Meng Guang as well as the methods he had used to conceal the truth. Qing Yan is one of the Vast Earth Sex elders and he's an elder with real power. Meng Guang is the eldest son of the Vast Earth Sex sect master Meng Tianlong. He's also your highness classmate and Meng Yu's older brother, Miss Child introduced. Why are you giving me this? Lu Yin asked. Miss Child replied, I feel that it might be useful to you. Mafioso Planet is the strongest assassination organization in the surrounding weaves, and they know many secrets that outsiders do not know, regardless of whether they're the employers or the victims. Although many top-secret information is not made public, it is recorded in Mafioso Planet's archives, and it covers the surrounding weaves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the metal plate. This was interesting. Did Miss Child know many secrets that others did not know about? He fell into deep thought. Is there anything about the Great Yu Empire? Lu Yin asked. Miss Child replied, There is but not much. It doesn't involve your highness and there isn't anything useful to your highness either. If you can give me all the information on Mafioso Planet I can give you what you want, Lu Yin said calmly. Miss Child was delighted. Thank you, your highness. I only want the poison. Hand it over first, Lu Yin said. Miss Child was put in a difficult position. Your highness, although the Great Elder isn't on Mafioso Planet, the person in charge of Mafioso Planet right now is the hunter Miss Child. With him around it's not possible to bring all the information out. This information is all recorded on metal plates, and you can't bring your gadget or any other technological devices to view it. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at Miss Child. Miss Child nervously replied, Lure out the Explorer Miss Child, Cruiser Miss Child and Hunter Miss Child. Only the Miss Children have the authority to view this information. Lure out the three of them and then I can take the information away. The other space-exploring powerhouses don't have the authority to approach the information room, so they can't stop me. Lu Yin smiled as he stared at Miss Child. Miss Child was flustered by his stare and she lowered her head, not daring to raise it. What are the specifics? How? Lu Yin asked. Miss Child replied, Does your highness have anyone in particular that you want to kill? The chairman of Orchid Planet's council in Frostwave Weave's first filament, Lu Yin said. Miss Child was delighted. Got it. In 8 days, those 3 Miss Children will assassinate the chairman of Orchid Planet's council. Lu Yin did not know what Miss Child wanted to do. No problem. In 8 days I'll be waiting by the chairman's side. Thank you, your highness, Miss Child said respectfully. From Miss Child's perspective, Lu Yin wanted to help her get rid of those 3 Miss Children. As long as those 3 Miss Children died and the Great Elder did not return, the Miss Child selection would be delayed for a very long time. During that time even the other space-exploring powerhouses did not have as much authority as she did, so she could do whatever she wanted. Lu Yin smiled, but he did not deny it. He would let her think that way. As for whether or not he would get rid of those 3 Miss Children, that would depend on the situation. This brat had taken the risk to come to him and wanted to borrow his strength. She was very courageous, and if she could succeed he would be happy to see her succeed. After all, a dark organization like Mafioso Planet would feel more at ease under his watch. As for the chairman of Orchid Planet's council, he was someone from the Yushan bloodline and had requested to meet Wendy Yushan multiple times. He was also involved in the rumor that the Great Yu Empire was about to change. If he had to die, then so be it. It was a simple matter. Miss Child left to return to Mafioso Planet. The moment the mission was issued, the 3 Miss Children from Mafioso Planet set off for Frostwave Weave. Orchid Planet was at the edge of the first filament and was some distance away from Xenu Star. If it was too close to Xenu Star, Lu Yin was afraid that Mafioso Planet would not dare to accept the mission. Orchid Planet was a technologically advanced planet that was governed by a parliamentary system. Many of the Great Yu Empire's technological products came from Orchid Planet, so its economy was very developed. This was also the reason why the chairman had the confidence to seek out Wendy Yushan. As long as Lu Yin was removed from his position, he would be able to take up a post on Xenu Star. Lu Yin arrived at Orchid Planet 8 days later. This planet did not look much worse than Xenu Star, and there were transportation devices in the sky, the ground, and the sea. The environment was not bad as well, with clouds floating in the sky. The council building was the tallest building on Orchid Planet, and the clouds only reached half the height of the building. Strong winds blew at the building, causing it to constantly sway. In the chairman's office at the top of the building, Chairman Larkin looked down with a worried expression. After the battle in Ironblood Weave, he had gone to Xenu Star to look for the fifth princess, hoping to persuade her to take over the Great Yu Empire. However, he had not been able to meet her. He had tried many times, but the fifth princess had no intention of meeting him. They had originally thought that the fifth princess was under house arrest, but since she had been able to support Ironblood Weave and return safely, she definitely was not under house arrest. She had not been under house arrest, but she had ignored them, the Yushan bloodline. To them this was a betrayal. Many people from their bloodline had already discussed this, and they wanted to remove Lu Yin as soon as possible. They had people in the military and the imperial court, especially the military. Lu Yin had not been in power for long, and he did not even know the names of some of the military commanders, let alone intervene. As long as they were willing, they could immediately mobilize a third of the military to assist in the rebellion and place the fifth princess on the throne as a puppet. The only problem was that Lu Yin was too strong. His battle record of killing Enlighters was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, and it made it difficult for them to even breathe. Larkin had already made up his mind, and he was prepared to cooperate with other powers to find more hunters. He did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to deal with them, as he had heard that Lu Yin had already used up all of the power vessels he had used to kill Enlighters in Ironblood Weave. This was an opportunity. However, he could not rush it. He had to gather enough hunters and avoid Xianxia and the others. He needed to carefully consider this matter. Right, visiting Orchid Planet would be a good idea. Larkin's eyes lit up and his thoughts gradually formed. At this moment Larkin's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and felt rather strange. You want me to go to Planet 5th Gravity? The order had come from Xenu Star's Lu Ministry of Staff, and Larkin was unhappy when he saw the words Ministry of Staff. In his eyes, this department was Lu Yin's lackey. But now he had no choice but to obey orders. Not long after, Larkin boarded a spacecraft and headed towards Planet 5th Gravity. It was not too far from Orchid Planet and it was rather desolate. Larkin did not know what the Ministry of Staff wanted him to investigate, but they had said that he would know once he arrived. Larkin felt very uncomfortable and depressed. "Get me a glass of water," Larkin said irritably. The soldier on the spacecraft hurriedly poured a glass of water for Larkin, who downed it all in one gulp. He then exhaled and looked out the window. Suddenly he saw a flash of white light and his entire body froze. He was not an ordinary person. On the contrary, he was a Lemeter who had wandered the world in his youth and had even graduated from Yu Academy, so he had a certain level of perception for danger. However, this white light made his scalp go numb and he could not dodge it. It was over. In that moment of life and death, a hand appeared in front of him and grabbed the white light. The white light had come from a dagger, and that hand had come from the soldier who had poured the water for him. As expected of an assassin from Mafioso Planet. Most people wouldn't be able to discover you. The soldier looked up, revealing a face that Larkin was familiar with. Lu Yin. One end of the dagger was in Lu Yin's hand, while the other was in the hands of a figure wrapped in white cloth. The figure released the dagger and fled, but all of his disguises were laughable in Lu Yin's eyes. What Lu Yin was looking at was not disguises but rune lines. Lu Yin's figure flickered and he immediately appeared beside the figure. He pressed down on the figure's shoulder. Too slow. He then exerted some force with his palm and the figure was instantly shattered. Even his bones were crushed and he died. Chapter 602. This assassin was only an explorer. Even a mischild could only rival an elite disciple from a great Innerverse organization, which was a far cry from Lu Yin. Behind Lu Yin another figure appeared, but this one did not attack Lu Yin. Instead it stabbed towards Larkin. Mafioso Planet had an ironclad rule when it came to nurturing assassins. Even if it was a trap set by mafioso planet, as long as they accepted a mission, they had to complete it. Lu Yin glared and the surrounding domain suddenly trembled. It transformed into a visible stream of air that blasted away the assassin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his domain suddenly solidified before transforming into a towering tree. It was exactly the same as when Lu Yin had broken through. The towering tree protected Larkin. This was a force field, and Lu Yin's domain had reached the level where he could display a force field. He did not know what was going on, but it was as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Lu Yin could feel that this force field was not any weaker than Mu Rong's, and it might even be stronger. When faced with Lu Yin's force field, the assassin retreated, but it was too late. This was Lu Yin's first time using a force field, and he casually pressed down. Branches pierced through the void and wrapped around the figure. The assassin was a cruiser mist child, and he was very powerful. However, he was unable to retaliate against the branches, and with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the assassin was killed. Larkin stared blankly at the scene. What was going on? What had just happened? Don't worry, Chairman Larkin. I'll protect you. Lu Yin smiled at Larkin. When he saw Lu Yin's smile, Larkin became even more terrified. He was not stupid, and even an idiot would know that Lu Yin had not specifically come to protect him. Those assassins were definitely related to Larkin, but if Lu Yin had sent assassins to kill him, why would Lu Yin protect him? Suddenly the spacecraft split in two. Larkin's pupils shrank and a suffocating pressure caused him to faint. This was a hunter. Lu Yin had assumed that the last hunter mistchild would use assassination methods like the others, but he had not expected the assassin to attack head-on. A cold, dark light streaked through the void, causing a spatial crack to appear. This attack was not aimed at Larkin but rather at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not wear his universal armor, as Elder Lohar was right. Unless he was in a true life-or-death crisis, he absolutely could not rely on external items. There would come a day when he would run out of them. During the final battle in Ironblood Weave, Cursewind and the Shadow Beast had been targeting him, so he could not afford to take the wrong path. The dagger was extremely fast and it directly swept through the void. Lu Yin did not even see the hunter mistchild's shadow. His eyes filled with star energy, and he lightly tapped his feet with the secret sidestep to avoid the dagger's attack. However, the hunter mistchild had long since anticipated this, and the dagger continued to slice through space like a torrential downpour. No matter how Lu Yin tried to dodge, he could not avoid it. Lu Yin waved a hand and activated the U secret art. His dagger then stabbed in another direction. 7-lined battle force erupted from Lu Yin's body as he grabbed the hunter mistchild's arm and viciously pulled. The hunter mistchild was pulled out of the void, and Lu Yin flipped his dagger, causing a white lotus to bloom. Lu Yin's expression changed, as this was a battle technique. His fates appeared in front of him to clash with the white lotus. There was a cracking sound as space shattered, and Lu Yin quickly retreated as he looked ahead in apprehension. The hunter mistchild no longer concealed himself, and he openly revealed himself. He was worthy of being called the strongest hunter on Mafioso planet. In terms of true strength, he might not be able to compare to peak hunters like Aiden and Kongshi, but his killing intent was something that no one else could compare to. The hunter mistchild had exchanged blows with Kongshi before, and their fingers had clashed. The hunter mistchild had relied on his physical strength to suppress Kongshi, but Kongshi had not used any battle techniques or innate gifts. A hunter was still a hunter, and his suppression of an explorer was not small. However, Lu Yin was not afraid, as this hunter mischild's strength was not on par with Kongshi or Aiden's. Lu Yin had originally thought that the hunter mistchild would deal with him before assassinating Larkin, but who would have thought that after just one exchange the hunter mistchild would decisively give up on Lu Yin? He flickered and appeared in front of Larkin, and a cold light streaked past him as he stabbed towards Larkin's neck. Larkin was shocked, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. At that moment, the towering tree formed from Lu Yin's force field moved. Larkin had been protected by the tree, and the moment the hunter mistchild attacked, the tree's branches wrapped around Larkin, and the hunter leaped up and fled. The hunter mistchild was clearly stunned. Was this how a tree behaved? It was a little strange. The next moment, countless branches whipped towards the hunter mistchild. The hunter mischild's dagger flew out and severed all of the branches. Lu Yin appeared, and his 7-lined battle force soared into the sky as he slapped a palm towards the hunter mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's eyes went wide and a strange fluctuation spread out. It was a domain. This person had also comprehended a domain. Although he was quickly suppressed by Lu Yin's force field, the hunter Mistchild was still able to dodge Lu Yin's palm by relying on his domain. His dagger slashed through the void again, and a white lotus appeared that contained an intense killing intent. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the secret art. The white lotus was redirected to attack the hunter Mistchild instead. The hunter Mistchild hurriedly dodged, and Lu Yin's domain suddenly solidified. At the same time he slapped out again. The hunter Mistchild was unable to dodge this attack, as Lu Yin's domain made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Even Kong Shi was astonished by how solid Lu Yin's domain was. The palm distorted the void and appeared in front of the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's star energy completely erupted, and his terrifying star energy, which had a power level of over 100,000, transformed into a barrier that blocked Lu Yin's palm. The star energy was visible to the naked eye, and it transformed into a shockwave that shook the heavens. This was Lu Yin's first time directly facing a hunter's full burst of star energy, and the pressure caused him to suffocate. If a hunter was already like this, then there was no need to even mention an enlighter. This was a power that could cause one to despair. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would have easily been knocked unconscious by an enlighter's star energy. The suppression of star energy was the most direct, and it was purely a case of using numbers to bully someone. Even a realm breaker would be suppressed when facing an enemy of a higher realm. This was a method that could not be countered, and sometimes the more ordinary a method was, the more effective it was. Lu Yin's palm was isolated by the berserk star energy, and the spacecraft was reduced to fragments that exploded in outer space. The hunter Mistchild's chest tightened. Although he had not withstood the full power of Lu Yin's palm, the overlaying stacks had still struck him, shocking him. Lu Yin's physical strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The dagger flashed past and slashed towards Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin retracted his palm and tapped out with a finger. This finger caused boundless fury to rise up in his heart. His eyes went slack and his entire being became unconscious as he fused with the Dreamland finger. Space froze at this moment, and only Lu Yin's Dreamland finger could be seen traversing through the void, ignoring the distance between them. It directly descended in front of the hunter Mistchild and pierced through his shoulder. Layers of ripples spread out behind the hunter Mistchild's body, spreading further and further away before finally shattering the void. In an instant Lu Yin regained consciousness, but his finger was still stuck in the hunter Mistchild's shoulder. An intense pain came from his fingertip, and he retracted his finger and placed it behind his back. Every time he used the Dreamland finger, his finger would be severely injured. His physical strength could not withstand the might of a single finger, and it would injure both himself and his enemy. The hunter Mistchild spat out a mouthful of blood. That finger had not only pierced through his shoulder, but it had also destroyed half of his meridians. He could not even stand up and his body continued to fall. Lu Yin looked down at the hunter Mistchild until he landed on the wreckage of the spacecraft. The hunter Mistchild looked up at Lu Yin in shock. As an assassin he had long since forgotten what fear was. However, in that moment he had experienced an indescribable pressure that had accompanied that finger. He had felt that it was even more terrifying than when he had faced the head elder. Lu Yin was clearly just an explorer, so how could he possess such terrifying strength? Lu Yin's finger was in intense pain, and he would need to recuperate for a few days. This attack could only be used once. There were times when Lu Yin himself was confused, as the terrifying strength that accompanied that finger was something he could not comprehend. More importantly, even with his physical strength he could not withstand that finger's explosive power. He felt that the power of that finger was even stronger than the secret art. The first time he had used it he had already caused a Yin Guai to explode. In the distance, Larkin was still bound by the giant tree formed from Lu Yin's force field, and he stared blankly at the scene before him in fear. Lu Yin had actually defeated a hunter. Wasn't it said that he had relied on external items to kill enlighters? Wasn't it said that he no longer had any external items? Even if there were no external items, this person's strength was still unfathomable. Lu Yin slowly descended and calmly looked at the hunter Mistchild. This person had very few rune lines left and he could not even compare to an ordinary explorer. Perhaps he had some trump cards, but they were definitely not that strong. The The hunter mischild's black robes were torn apart, revealing a pale-faced young man in front of Lu Yin. He looked very ordinary, and he was the type that would not be noticed in a crowd. His gaze was also very ordinary, and he did not have the confidence of a powerhouse. If this sort of person hid his cultivation, no one would be able to discover him. After all, this person had comprehended a domain and could completely conceal his aura. It was very rare for an outerverse cultivator to comprehend a domain. "You're the mafioso planet's hunter mischilde?" Lu Yin lowered his head and asked. The hunter mischilde squatted on top of the spacecraft's wreckage and panted heavily. He had clearly been heavily injured by Lu Yin, but he did not show any resentment or other emotions. This was an assassin. He could kill or be killed without any complaints. "Why did you assassinate Larkin?" Lu Yin asked. "Goodbye," the young man said in a hoarse voice and smiled strangely. His body then disappeared, and in its place was a metal plate. Lu Yin was astonished. Was this an innate gift? He looked around and finally saw that the rune lines were gradually moving away from him in the southeast. His gaze turned cold, and he took out a collapsible spacecraft. He tied Larkin up and tossed him inside before chasing after the young man. In the distance, the hunter mischilde clutched his shoulder as fresh blood continued to flow. He gritted his teeth and took out some medicine to spray on the wound. Suddenly he turned around and saw the collapsible spacecraft. He even saw Lu Yin's cold eyes within the spacecraft, and he was shocked. How was this possible? How had Lu Yin discovered the direction that he had fled in? The hunter mischilde hurriedly accelerated and tried to tear through the void to escape. In the distance, Lu Yin's fates and appeared in front of him. He casually waved his hand and activated the U secret art. The fates and vanished, only to reappear behind the hunter mischilde. The hunter mischilde spat out another mouthful of blood, and he felt as if he had been crushed by an unparalleled pressure. His strength immediately disappeared, and he floated in space like a corpse. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and coldly looked at the hunter mischilde. "Your innate gift isn't bad. If not for me, even a peak hunter might not have been able to discover your whereabouts." Chapter 603. The hunter mischilde closed his eyes. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." "What's your name?" Lu Yin asked. "No name." "Why assassinate Larkin?" "The mission target is him." "Don't you think it's strange that 3 mischildren received this mission at the same time?" Lu Yin asked. This mission had obviously been issued by the bespectacled mischilde, and the target was someone who wasn't even an explorer. 3 mischildren had been sent out at the same time, which seemed strange. The hunter mischilde looked up. "The timing is different. The first one to receive the mission was an explorer, the second was a cruiser, and the third was me. Everyone's mission doesn't need to be made public, and it's only issued to an individual. Since the mission has already been accepted, Mafioso Planet's rules state that it must be completed even if it's a trap. The ones who understood them the most were still their own people. The bespectacled mischild's mission had been issued at a different time, and it didn't need to be made public. The 3 of them might have arrived at Orchid Planet at the same time, but they had set off at different times. This, combined with Mafioso Planet's rules, had led to the current situation. Lu Yin looked at the hunter mischilde and considered whether or not to kill him. He was a hunter who had comprehended a domain and had such a strange innate gift. It would be a pity to kill him, but if he didn't kill him, then he might not be able to use him. Lu Yin did not believe that he had some sort of domineering aura that could subdue anyone. The bespectacled mischilde had relied on him mainly because of his poison. "How does Mafioso Planet hire assassins?" Lu Yin asked. The hunter mischilde answered. "The starting price for a hunter assassin is 1 million star crystals. The price increases based on the assassin's power level, success rate, and the target's strength." "What about you?" Lu Yin was curious. "The starting price is 3 million star crystals. What if it's a long-term hire?" The hunter mischilde was stunned. "A long-term hire? I don't have that kind of business." Lu Yin thought about it. "If someone wants to kill me, then you have to help me get rid of them. That's the mission I'm issuing." The hunter mischilde was confused, as no one had ever done such a thing before. However, it didn't seem like it was against the rules, as it was just killing. "Let's put it this way. How much do you earn in a year?" Lu Yin asked in a forthright manner. He was rich. "At least 80 million star crystals." the hunter mistchild answered. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll give you 1,000-star essence. Follow me, protect me, and kill my assassin. How does that sound? The hunter mistchild was astonished. 1,000-star essence was equivalent to 100 million star crystals, which was definitely enough. However, when he saw that the hunter mistchild was deep in thought, Lu Yin's tone turned cold. 1,500. The hunter mischild's eyes flickered. 2,000. Lu Yin finally experienced the thrill of Lulu throwing money at someone. The hunter mistchild was clearly stunned. Then, the hunter mistchild hurriedly replied, "That's enough. That's fine. I'll give up all of my missions this year and focus on serving you. That's more like it. From today onwards, you'll stay in the 2nd Squadron of the 13 Imperial Squadrons and help me gather information on the surrounding weaves. You'll also help me train the people who join the 2nd Squadron and develop their assassination and intelligence-gathering skills. 2,000 star essences can be exchanged for more than 200 million star crystals." His eyes turned cold. "Do you think that money grows on trees? You think I'll give it to you?" The hunter mischild's eyes flickered. He thought about it and then seemed to accept his fate. All right. No one wanted to die, and assassins were still humans. They were not afraid of death, but that did not mean that they wanted to die. Lu Yin did not expect this person to be loyal to him, as that was impossible. However, since this person followed Mafioso Planet's iron rules, then Lu Yin would use Mafioso Planet's rules to restrict him. Furthermore, there was the fear of death and the temptation of money. Training the 2nd Squadron was not difficult, and there was no loss in agreeing. Keeping this person alive was not just for training the 2nd Squadron. Topmist had used the Crimson Palm to kill an old monster with a power level of over 300,000. Mafioso Planet might not be as simple as it seemed. The bespectacled Mistchild had used all sorts of methods to get rid of the other 3 Mistchildren, and she might have other motives. Keeping this person alive might be useful in the future. "From now on, you'll be called Phantom Thorn and you'll be the captain of the 2nd Squadron," Lu Yin said. Phantom Thorn's identity was confirmed, but he had no authority. This was the position he had given Phantom Thorn. He was just an instructor. Phantom Thorn nodded, but his face was still pale. After dealing with this person, Lu Yin looked inside the spacecraft. He had originally planned to kill Larkin, but after considering the man's position in the Yushan bloodline and Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin decided against it. This person was still useful, and he could use him to bait out more people who opposed him. When the time came, he could deal with them all at once. "Arrange for someone to stay on Orchid Planet and monitor him for me," Lu Yin said to Phantom Thorn. Phantom Thorn complied, and he quickly settled into his role. It had to be said that Mafioso Planet's training was very good. Lu Yin did not mention the bespectacled Mistchild. He would hide Phantom Thorn's existence from her, but he would also hide the bespectacled Mistchild's existence from Phantom Thorn. As for whether or not Mafioso Planet had a way of finding out each other's whereabouts, Lu Yin did not know. If not for Topmist, he would have directly gone to explore Mafioso Planet. After the deaths of the cruiser and explorer Mistchildren, Phantom Thorn changed his identity and became a temporary captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. 10 days later, Lu Yin met with the bespectacled Mistchild, who had successfully brought him a large pile of metal plates that contained the secrets of the important figures of various great powers in the Eastern Weaves. Vast Earth weaves Vast Earth Sect, Adonis weaves Darkstar Gorge, Lars weaves Six-Fingered Tribe, Flaxen weaves Tribanner Federation, Bard weaves Even Ground Palace, and so on. Even the secrets of some of Mafioso Planet's important figures were included. These items might not be of much value to some people, but to Lu Yin, who wanted to form an alliance, they were extremely important. When Huan Sha Enya and the other captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons saw the information, they were all shocked, especially Enya. Back then, Shui Chuanshao had wanted to form an Outerverse alliance, which was why Lu Yin had entrusted this task to her. She had been worrying about how to intimidate those powers, but now that she had this information, she had nothing to fear. The people in this information could become her swords. "Your Highness, is this information reliable?" And you could not help but ask. Lu Yin nodded. "It's reliable. I'm showing you this information so that you'll have more help." "It's more than just help. It's practically a shortcut," Hu Qingshan sighed. Peach continuously flipped through the metal sheets and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She excitedly raised one of them. It's Jibu. We even have information on him. Who? The blind monk was puzzled. Peach proudly replied, the previous chairman of Flaxen Weave's Tribanner Federation. Back when His Majesty Undying Yushan sent me to the Tribanner Federation on a mission, this old man almost made it impossible for me to return. Let me take a look. She then looked at the information on the metal sheet, and the more she read, the happier she became. We have information that can be used against him. Your Highness, leave this old man to me. Lu Yin pointed at Enya. She'll be in charge of the alliance for now. You can communicate with her. Peach looked at Enya pleadingly. Enya replied, we can't touch Flaxen Weave for now. That place is under the control of Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan. She didn't die in Iron Blood Weave, so she'll return. Peach was disappointed. When Granny Chan was mentioned, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Top Mist had said that he had not revealed his methods, so the only person who could have leaked information to Darkstar Gorge was Granny Chan. Was that her? Peach, does the Empire have any spies in the Tribanner Federation? Lu Yin asked. Peach nodded. Yes, we have for a long time, but we haven't used them yet. Activate them. Make contact with the people from Northline Flowzone. Peach acknowledged the order. Actually, it's not just the Tribanner Federation. Many of the surrounding weaves have spies from the Empire. Of course, the Empire also has spies from other powers, Lu Yingzishan said. Lu Yin had Enya put away the metal sheet and sent everyone away. The bespectacled mist child walked out from the shadows. I've been discovered. There were 2 hunters gathered here earlier, so it's normal for you to be discovered, Lu Yin said. Mist child was apprehensive. That blind one is very powerful. Lu Yin smiled. The blind monk was indeed very powerful, and his power level was not higher than Hu Qingshan's. However, his rune lines were very high and he was very close to Aiden's. He had a trump card, but Lu Yin did not care. Who didn't have a trump card? Perhaps Hu Qingshan had one as well, but he had not used it yet. Your Highness, I've given you the item. Can I be rewarded? Miss Child looked at Lu Yin expectantly and licked her lips. Lu Yin took out a bottle of poison that had rune lines equivalent to a cruiser's and tossed it to her. Miss Child opened the bottle and took a sniff. She was slightly disappointed. It's not as strong as the first time. Take your time. There's plenty of this stuff, Lu Yin said. Miss Child smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Before Top Mist returns, the other Mist children will not appear. Your authority is very high, so I want you to cooperate with the Empire in forming an alliance, Lu Yin said. Miss Child solemnly replied, I'm Your Highness' subordinate, so please rest assured. Lu Yin smiled but did not say anything else. How could he rest assured? However, this woman could not escape from his grasp. Right now there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to head to Shenwu continent. While there were no enlighters in the Outerverse, he needed to take care of the matters on Shenwu continent. Ming Yen had already been waiting for him for 2 years and he was a little apprehensive. The Great Yu Empire and the Nalan family had already begun to cooperate fully, and Enya and the 13 Imperial squadrons had also begun to form an alliance. They also had Mafioso Planet's help. Lu Yin brought the blind monk to Shenwu Continent's space station a few days later. Lu Yin's arrival caused Shenwu Continent's space station to panic. The Day-Night clan members inside were also panicking. Why was this guy here again? Tyrael was dead and he had been forcefully conscripted to Iron Blood Weave. He had died on the battlefield, and the person in charge of Shenwu Continent space station was now Madame Mylan Day-Night. Student Lu, it's been a while since we last met. You're still as impressive as ever. Congratulations. Madame Mylan was all smiles, as if she was truly happy to see Lu Yin. Even with Lu Yin's experience, he could not tell whether she was faking it or not, but that was not important. Madam, you weren't forcefully conscripted? I'm too weak and I don't have the qualifications to go to the battlefield. Madame Mylan smiled as she led Lu Yin into the space station. Chapter 604. When Lu Yin arrived, no matter how much the Day-Night clan hated him, they did not dare to show it. Lu Yin was practically the strongest person in the Eastern Weaves, as long as there were no enlighters around. Lu Yin looked around. Madame didn't go, but the other Day-Night clan member did. Zhanlong Day-Night isn't here either. Why didn't he return? Madame Mylan's eyes narrowed. The last time she had seen Lu Yin, he seemed to know everything and nothing could be hidden from him. How did you know that they didn't return? Lu Yin smiled, but he did not explain. Rune lines were something that could only be believed when one saw it. Those who had never seen it would not be able to understand it, and even Lu Yin himself could not understand it. Why have you come here? Madame Mylan asked. Lu Yin raised his gadget and casually answered. Before leaving Ironblood Weave, I had a deep discussion with Elder Lohar. The Elder hopes that the Outerverse can stabilize and unite. I'm here to carry out the Elder's wishes, or rather the Hall of Honor's wishes. I'm going to Shenwu Continent to take a look. Madame Mylan looked at the gadget in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. It was a custom-made gadget, and she could tell at a glance that it had come from the Hall of Honor. This person definitely had more than 5 honor points, and it seemed like the Hall of Honor intended to nurture him. It might be too late for you to go now, Madame Mylan said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Madame Mylan ran her fingers through her hair. Ever since you told Tang Si about the Innerverse and Outerverse separation and safely sent him back to Shenwu Continent, Ming Zhaoshu's attitude towards the foreigners has changed. He's no longer as warm as before, and Ming Zhaotian's actions have become even more ruthless. They're starting to not care about us anymore. Lu Yin could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, but he did not care. This is my problem and I'll take care of it. What did Elder Lohar say? Madame Mylan asked. Lu Yin glanced at her. You can ask the Elder. Madame Mylan smiled. Don't overthink it, Student Lu. I just want to better understand the Hall of Honor's intentions and help you better. I don't have any suspicions. Send me to Shenwu Continent. I'll talk to Ming Zhaodan and Ming Zhaoshu, Lu Yin said. Madame Mylan nodded and did not refuse. Regardless of whether or not this was Elder Lohar's idea, she did not have the strength to stop Lu Yin. Furthermore, she glanced at the blind monk, as this person made her feel a little apprehensive. How could there be such a person in the Outerverse? There seemed to be quite a few powerhouses in the Great Yu Empire. The process of entering Shenwu Continent was the same as during the Outerverse trial. The reason why Lu Yin had brought the blind monk along was because he was worried that he would not be able to return. With the blind monk around, as well as the Hall of Honor's background, he could ensure that nothing would go wrong. The problem now was that he didn't know where he would land. The location where he had landed on Shenwu Continent was not fixed. Last time he had landed directly in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had led to his relationship with Ming Yan. As he thought about Ming Yan, his heart grew warm as he was about to meet her. This time, without Ming Zhaotian's obstruction, Lu Yin was able to see the Shenwu Continent sky. After that, he landed straight in front of a luxurious residence that was located in the inner courtyard. He was speechless. Was he really so fated with the inner yard? Fortunately, he was prepared this time and he used his physical strength to forcefully twist his body. There was a loud boom as he landed in the garden of the inner courtyard, smashing into a patch of trees. The commotion was too loud and it attracted the attention of the guards, so Lu Yin immediately left. This residence was located in the middle of a city. When Lu Yin walked out of the city, he specifically looked at the city gates, but he did not find any heavenly globes. This meant that he had landed within the Reverend King's territory. Only Ming Zhaoshu's territory would not resist outsiders. Before coming here, Lu Yin had specifically investigated the rebellion against the Shenwu Empire. Ming Zhaoshu currently controlled 12 continents. Qiong Continent had originally been next to the central Ming Continent, and these 12 continents were located to the east of Qiong Continent. There were only 12 continents, and even the furthest continent from Qiong Continent was not that far for Lu Yin. He had asked around and found that this was the Great Plate Continent, which was only 3 continents away from Qiong Continent. The 12 continents controlled by the Reverend King were very particular, and they formed a line that connected directly to the sea. There was no such thing as being surrounded, and it was equivalent to being in the direction of Ming Continent. Although it was not easy to be surrounded, the battle line was stretched out too far. If not for the cooperation with the outsiders and the assistance of many powerhouses from the Innerverse and Outerverse, Ming Zhaoshu would have been eliminated long ago, even if he had the strength to resist Ming Zhaotian. Lu Yin made a special observation on his way to Qiong Continent. The people of Shenwu Continent still strongly rejected the outsiders, but they had been suppressed by Ming Zhaoshu, and they did not dare to voice their anger. This made Lu Yin frown. Pressure was indeed one of the ways to solve this problem, but this pressure would be released sooner or later. When that time came, Ming Xiaoxu's situation would not be good. The only way to solve this problem was to connect with the outerverse and shift the conflict. Either the people would accept the outerverse and integrate with the outerverse, or they would fall into fear of the outerverse. Otherwise, the situation would explode sooner or later. With Ming Xiaoxu's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to see through this. It could only be said that he was too confident in himself. On his way to Qiong continent, Lu Yin bought a copy of the list of tempering and found that there had been a lot of changes. Many people who had broken through to the martial emperor realm were automatically removed from the list. For example, Hua Ying, who had been ranked 9th and was known as a dual genius, had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. After all, she was an absolute beauty who was on par with Ming Yan. There were also many newcomers on the list. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, the person at the top of the list had ambushed Lu Yin and been killed. Now the person at the top of the list was called Wu Qing, and he did not hide it. Instead, he openly announced it. The strange thing was that Li Zimo was still ranked 2nd, and he had not broken through to the martial emperor realm. During the outerverse trial, Lu Yin had been most impressed with Li Zimo, aside from Ming Yan and Ming Xiaoxu. This person was a genius in the way of the sword, and in his opinion, if Lu Xiaoqiu had not relied on the 13 swords, then Lu Xiaoqiu might not have been his opponent. But now Lu Xiaoqiu might have broken through to the explorer realm, while Li Zimo was still a limiter. Tang Si had also been removed from the list. The last time Lu Yin had seen him, he had been a limiter, but now he had broken through to the explorer realm. The list of tempering did not hold much value to Lu Yin, and he had only taken a look out of curiosity. With his current strength, he did not need to compare himself with the list of tempering, but rather to compare himself with the top powers of the entire Shenwu continent. Due to his desire to see Ming Yan, Lu Yin traveled as fast as he could to Qiong Island, and soon the island was in sight. The closer he got to Qiong Island, the more cultivators he saw from the innerverse and outerverse, and he even saw members of the Daoist clan among them. Even though many people hated the foreign races, they forcefully restrained themselves and didn't dare to erupt. After entering Qiong Island, Lu Yin headed straight for the Reverend King's residence, which was heavily guarded. Now that the Reverend King had rebelled against the empire, he was frequently attacked by various parties. Even the Ming Constables and the Demon Hunters Society had sent people to assassinate him. Many of the outsiders had also participated in the defense of the Reverend King's residence. However, this was useless against Lu Yin, as his domain ensured that no one would be able to detect him once he entered the Reverend King's residence. Fortunately, the Reverend King Ming Xiaoxu was not present. There was a martial sovereign in the Reverend King's residence, but that person was far weaker than Ming Xiaoxu and would not be able to detect Lu Yin, who had comprehended a domain. Lu Yin entered the Reverend King's residence without a hitch, and then used his domain to envelop the area. He saw Ming Yan smiling sweetly as she sat in a pavilion with a small bridge over flowing water in the back garden. At the same time, he also saw a very handsome youth with eye-catching black and white hair, with a few strands of gray mixed in. He was from the Night King clan. Hundreds of flowers bloomed under the small bridge, and Ming Yan's happy laughter could be heard from the pavilion. "Brother Chongfeng, are there really people that short?" Ming Yan asked curiously, her eyes wide. The Night King clan man smiled. "Of course. Many planets in the universe have different gravitational forces, and some have especially strong gravity. As a result, the people on those planets are usually very short. But don't underestimate them, they're all very strong." Ming Yan stuck out her tongue. "I'm not underestimating them. The heavens have taken something from them, so naturally they will be given something in return." The Night King clan man looked at Ming Yan's cute and beautiful face, and a trace of passion flashed through his eyes. "Yan, I'll take you around the universe." Ming Yan was stunned, and she lowered her head without saying anything. The Night King clan man moved closer. "The universe is vast and there are many mysterious things. Shenwu continent is too small, and Uncle Ming also wants to integrate into the universe. Unfortunately, Ming Zhaotian and the others are too closed off. But as long as you want to, Yan, Brother Chongfeng will immediately take you away." Ming Yan stared at the stone table, but no one knew what she was thinking. The Night King clan man took a deep breath and felt that it was time. He had wasted so much time on this woman, and now he was finally seeing some results. He raised his hand and slowly approached Ming Yan. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him and his pupils shrank. There was someone behind him. In an instant, green veins covered his body and blue stripes appeared. It was 7-line battle force. He turned around and saw that a young man had appeared behind him at some point in time. The young man was calmly looking at him, but the Night King clan man could feel that there was an indescribable murderous intent hidden beneath that calm gaze. This murderous intent was directed at him. Who are you? The Night King clan man did not move. That person was only a meter away from him, and if he moved he might fall into a trap. Brother Lu. Ming Yan exclaimed and looked over in disbelief. The man frowned. Brother Lu? Lu Yin? His expression changed drastically. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the Night King clan man and landed on Ming Yan. He saw the pleasant surprise in her eyes, but he also saw a trace of unfamiliarity in her eyes. This made his heart sink. 2 years. 2 years of separation. This should have been expected. It had been a coincidence that he had met Ming Yan, and he had entered her heart partly because Ming Yan had not had much contact with other men, and partly because of the restricted customs of the people, which had caused Ming Yan to fall in love with him. He had fallen in love with Ming Yan the moment he saw her, and he had fallen in love with her beautiful face. That had been the first time Lu Yin had felt a heartbeat, and it had been a beautiful one. However, after 2 years of separation as well as the invasion of foreign cultures, Ming Yan had come into contact with more than one outsider. Her way of thinking had changed and she was no longer restricted by the conservative customs of the Shenwu continent. Perhaps she still had feelings for him, but those feelings were no longer pure and unyielding. Chapter 605. A person's eyes could not be faked, and the moment he saw Ming Yan, Lu Yin knew that the feelings he had for her would never return. Ming Yan stared blankly at Lu Yin, and her expression turned from pleasant surprise to complicated. Was she happy at this moment? Yes, she was happy, but for some reason she was not as happy as she had imagined. She had dreamed of reuniting with this person, but now that they were reunited, there was a sense of unfamiliarity that separated them. She could only stand in place, not knowing what to do. The two stared at each other, both of them yearning to reunite and embrace each other, but at this moment neither of them could take that step. That step was like a stone in the sky. Night King Chongfeng, nice to meet you, Brother Lu. The Night King stood in front of Ming Yan and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Since Night Queen Chuyu is guarding the border, I won't kill you. Get out of my sight immediately. Night King Chongfeng was stunned, and just as he was about to speak, Ming Yan spoke up. Brother Lu, Brother Chongfeng is a very nice person. Lu Yin's heart ached, and he shifted his gaze away from Ming Yan to look at Night King Chongfeng. You don't know about the grudge between me and the Night King clan, and there's no need for you to know either. All you need to know is that the Night King clan is my enemy. Ming Yan panicked when she heard Lu Yin's icy tone and her face paled. She rushed forward, but Night King Chongfeng subconsciously reached out to stop her. Just as he was about to touch Ming Yan, his hand was grabbed. Lu Yin had grabbed Night King Chongfeng's arm, and a tremendous force forcefully bent it. Night King Chongfeng was shocked. He had 7-line battle force, but he was still being suppressed. Lu Yin exerted more force, and the entire Reverend King's residence trembled. The tremendous force pushed Night King Chongfeng out of the pavilion. Who gave you the guts to touch her in front of me? Ming Yan's face paled and she looked at Lu Yin and then at Night King Chongfeng, not knowing what to do. Night King Chongfeng clutched his arm, where the 5 finger marks were clearly visible. He was speechless. What terrifying strength. Yan, it seems like Brother Lu is in a bad mood. I'll take my leave now and we'll meet again next time. He then smiled politely and left. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched Night King Chongfeng leave. Brother Lu, Ming Yan whispered as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at her and saw the complicated look in her eyes. The sense of unfamiliarity grew. My hatred for him runs too deep. Ming Yan bit her lip. There's nothing between me and Big Brother Chongfeng. We're just friends. I know, Lu Yin interrupted Ming Yan's words. He thought about it for a moment, and when he looked at her pale face, his heart ached. He raised a hand and placed it on her face. Ming Yan subconsciously took a step back and lowered her head, deep in thought. Lu Yin's hand hovered in the air for a moment before he helplessly lowered it. How have you been these past 2 years? Ming Yan answered softly, What about you, Brother Lu? I'm doing well, Lu Yin replied. Actually, I'm here to take you away. You dash. Brother Lu, did you know that father has rebelled against the Shenwu Empire? Ming Yan suddenly asked, interrupting Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at her and then smiled bitterly. I know. He then looked up. Rest well. I'm going to look for your father. He then left the pavilion. Ming Yan watched Lu Yin's departing figure and felt that he was getting further and further away. She really did not know how to face these feelings. She had clearly loved him so much 2 years ago, and the moment they parted had been heartbreaking. However, time was truly a poison that could dissolve everything, including feelings. Perhaps what she had felt for him back then was not love, but Ming Yan did not know what it had been. Over the past 2 years, no matter how many outsiders she had come into contact with, even an outstanding man like Night King Chongfeng, she had never let this person down. She had always maintained her feelings for him, but when those feelings had truly come, could she accept them? Why had she interrupted Brother Lu? Why had she not dared to listen to him? Did she not love him anymore? Ming Yan had lost all her strength and she sat in the pavilion in a daze. Lu Yin did not blame Ming Yan as feelings could not be controlled. Over the past 2 years he had not missed Ming Yan at all. After coming into contact with Madame Nailin, Wendy Yushan and many other girls, Ming Yan's place in his heart had become smaller and smaller. However, every time he thought about her, the longing for her replaced everything else. Perhaps this was what first love felt like. It was sweet but also bitter. However, being strangers did not mean that it was over. He could tell that Ming Yan had feelings for him and he had feelings for her as well. It all depended on how the future played out. Within the Reverend King's residence, the most heavily guarded place was Ming Zhaoshu's study. Not long after, Lu Yin sat down and waited for Ming Zhaoshu. Elsewhere, Night King Chongfeng's face was gloomy as he left the Reverend King's residence. His arm hurt to the bone and Lu Yin's strength had left him in disbelief. How could he be so strong? He was a cruiser and ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, a genius second only to Night King Gu. Even within the Night King clan he was an outstanding figure, but he had been suppressed to such an extent by that person. Furthermore, that person had only 7-lined battle force. Night King Chongfeng had heard that this person was an unequaled Lemeter, but he had not paid much attention to it. Now that he had personally experienced it, he finally understood the helplessness of Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day Night. This person had to be eliminated or else he would become a huge threat to the Night King clan in the future. No one in the Reverend King's residence knew that there was someone waiting for Ming Zhaoshu in their most heavily guarded study. It wasn't until that night that Ming Zhaoshu returned to the Reverend King's residence that he realized that his domain was not any weaker than Lu Yin's. Although Lu Yin was constantly improving to the point that even he found it strange, Ming Zhaoshu had endured for so many years that he had comprehended a force field, so it was easy for him to discover Lu Yin. Within the study, Ming Zhaoshu stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was reading a book. Some time ago, Tangxi had reported that Lu Yin had changed and could even threaten powerhouses like Ming Taizhong. Ming Zhaoshu had not believed it as Tangxi was too narrow-minded. But now that he was looking at Lu Yin with his own eyes, Ming Zhaoshu felt nothing but shock. This person gave him a sense of crisis. Long time no see, Your Highness. Lu Yin put down his book and calmly looked at the Reverend King. His tone was calm and he did not stand up. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flashed and he smiled. Long time no see, Little Seven. Your Highness's complexion looks good. It looks like you've been living comfortably for the past 2 years, Lu Yin commented. Ming Zhaoshu walked to his desk and sat down. He looked at Lu Yin. Only 2 years have passed since the agreement was made. Are you confident that you can help Shenwu continent out of its current predicament? Even if I'm not confident, Your Highness can still do it. In fact, you're already doing it, aren't you? Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about the cooperation with the outsiders? That's right, I can't possibly place all my hopes on you alone. But Your Highness seems to have a lot of choices. Lu Yin looked at him. Ming Zhaoshu laughed and his gaze turned cold. Little Seven, you've changed after not seeing you for 2 years. Do you know that even the hunters in your universe don't dare to speak to me like this? Then, Your Highness, do you know that even if Ming Taizhong was still alive, I could kill him if I wanted to? Lu Yin suddenly stood up. At the same time, Ming Zhaoshu stood up as well. 2 enormous domains erupted, clashing with each other above the reverent king's residence and above Cheong Island. In that instant, countless people felt their chests tighten and they looked up. Although they could not see anything, they felt as if the sky was collapsing. Within the reverent king's residence, the martial sovereign looked up in shock. His power? Outside the reverent king's residence, Night King Chongfeng was astonished. What a powerful domain. Many cultivators from Shenwu continent and the universe could feel the pressure. Not only did it come from Ming Zhaoshu but Lu Yin's as well. The two domains clashed invisibly, causing the sky to distort and the clouds to churn. The weather changed and soon, a torrential downpour followed by thunderclaps. Many people looked up at the sky in fear. As the domains became more and more solid, they transformed into visible streams of air that clashed with each other. It was as if two colossal creatures were colliding in the sky. Both Ming Zhaoshu and Lu Yin had simultaneously reduced the range of their domains to the sky, which prevented them from harming anyone. Even so, the pressure that was being exerted was not something that the average person could imagine. Within the reverent king's residence, Ming Zhaoshu's expression changed. He was actually unable to suppress Lu Yin. How was this possible? 2 years ago, Lu Yin had clearly been very weak and he had not even comprehended a domain. But now, in just 2 years, Lu Yin had turned the world upside down. He suddenly recalled the legends about Lu Yin. This person had only cultivated for a few years, but he had already become one of the top 4 finalists in the Astral Combat Tournament. 2 years might seem like a short time to others, but to Lu Yin it was definitely a qualitative leap. So this leap was too great. Ming Zhaoshu's forbearance was admired by everyone who had met him, but at this moment he did not want to hold back any longer. Lu Yin's attitude was very clear, and Ming Zhaoshu's heart was filled with resentment. If Ming Zhaoshu could not suppress Lu Yin, then even if they worked together in the future they would still be on equal footing. This was something that Ming Zhaoshu could not accept. On the streets of Cheong Island, Night King Chongfeng looked up at the sky. Suddenly his domain changed and it took the form of a person wearing an imperial robe that was dazzling in the night sky. His vast imperial authority caused all the commoners who saw this scene to kneel down. This was Ming Zhaoshu and his force field had taken the form of an emperor. Lu Yin's expression changed. As expected, Ming Zhaoshu had comprehended a force field. As he thought about it, he stared into Ming Zhaoshu's eyes. High up in the sky, Lu Yin's domain also changed. It transformed into a towering tree that seemed to be the source of all things, and many strange things grew out of it. Ming Zhaoshu's pupils shrank. A force field. This kid had actually comprehended a force field. Crack. Within the study, the desk between Ming Zhaoshu and Lu Yin cracked open. The two of them looked at each other and simultaneously retracted their domains. Soon, the night sky regained its calm, and only the pouring rain continued to fall, gradually drowning Cheong Island. With a bang, the desk completely shattered and fell beside Ming Zhaoshu and Lu Yin's feet. Their domains had collided and they were evenly matched. With a bang, the door to the study burst open and a martial sovereign rushed in. Behind him were Tang Si and many other soldiers. "Your Highness! Get out!" Ming Zhaoshu barked and everyone hurriedly retreated. "Let's go somewhere else," Ming Zhaoshu said. Lu Yin calmly left with him. It was still raining heavily outside when Ming Zhaoshu and Lu Yin appeared on the roof of a pavilion. "I never thought that you would change so much in just 2 years," Ming Zhaoshu exclaimed. Lu Yin looked at the rain. "There are still many things that you didn't expect. Our agreement of 10 years has been brought forward by 8 years. This is something that I didn't expect." Chapter 606. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu and shook his head. "With the inner verse and outer verse separated, what's the point of the so-called 10-year agreement? You don't care about the current outer verse. But I care about you." Ming Zhaoshu's eyes burned with passion as he looked at Lu Yin. "You've grown to your current level in 2 years. If I give you another 2 years, 10 years, or even 20 years, you'll become a powerhouse that will shock even me and the entire universe. Your value has already surpassed Shenwu continent's own. I'm certain of that." Lu Yin did not reply as his heart was still in a mess. Ming Yan's matter had made it impossible for him to calm down and think. His argument with Ming Zhaoshu had been more of a way to vent his frustrations than to take the initiative in this cooperation. He was not that heartless and he could not let it go so easily. "Have you met with Yen'er?" Ming Zhaoshu asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Were you the one who told Night King Chongfeng to contact her? Ming Xiaoshu sneered. I wouldn't use my daughter as a bargaining chip. Back then it was only because Yenna liked you that I made the 10-year agreement with you. Unless Yenna likes someone else, she will never be a bargaining chip. You underestimate me too much. Lu Yin believed this as everyone's aura was different. Ming Xiaoshu's aura was that of an emperor, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He was not that short-sighted. I'm well aware of what the Day-Night clan is planning. That Night King Chongfeng deliberately approached Yenner, and I couldn't stop him. You should understand why the Night King clan is a clan that Shenwu continent cannot afford to offend. However, he's not someone with evil intentions and he didn't use any underhanded methods. Otherwise I wouldn't have let him off. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the raindrops, which were getting lighter and lighter. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, I was planning to send Night King Chongfeng to another place over the past few days, but I didn't have the time, Ming Xiaoshu explained. If this had been the Lu Yin of 2 years ago, he would not have needed to explain, as it would have been nothing more than an investment. However, the current Lu Yin needed an explanation and he had to explain it clearly. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. You can't stop it and neither can Ming Xiaotun. You should know that this isn't your bargaining chip. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. That's why we can't fall out with the Night King clan. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Do you know where I come from? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. Frostwave weaves Great Yu Empire. I'm currently the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire, and I'm acting on behalf of the emperor. The Great Yu Empire has already unified Frostwave Weave and suppressed Grand Top Weave. I plan to establish the Great Eastern Alliance and unite all of the eastern weaves of the outerverse. Shenwu continent will be no exception, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. The Great Eastern Alliance? That won't be easy. Will the various weaves agree to it? It's not up to them to disagree. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. Ming Xiaoshu carefully sized up Lu Yin. Was this kid arrogant or was he truly confident? It's time for the Shenwu continent's farce to end. I'll help you deal with Ming Xiaotian, but in return, the Shenwu continent must join the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise... Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu with an icy expression. I can help you obtain the Shenwu continent, but I can also easily destroy it. I've already said that even if Ming Taijing is still alive, it would be useless. I can kill him. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flickered. He did not understand the current Lu Yin, so he could not make a decision easily. I'll give you some time to think about it, but it won't be long. The next time I come, I want to know your decision and the matter of the 5 sealing planets, Lu Yin said before disappearing and leaving the Reverend King's residence. Ming Xiaoshu watched Lu Yin's figure disappear into the rainy night and immediately summoned Tang Si. Ming Xiaoshu had not paid much attention to what Tang Si had said the last time, but now he needed to understand this person once more. This person was clearly a martial emperor, but he had dared to threaten Ming Xiaoshu. That confidence and calmness could not have been faked. Ming Xiaoshu also wanted to have a chat with Yenner, as Lu Yin's attitude had been very strange this time. There were many mansions not far from the Reverend King's residence, which had once been the residences of wealthy merchants or officials from Cheong Island. Now all of them had been bestowed to outsiders by Ming Xiaoshu. Night King Chongfeng arrived at one of the mansions and knocked on the door before entering. A beautiful woman in revealing clothes welcomed him, Sun Meiren. She was one of the younger members of the Sun family. Although she was only an explorer, she had an astute mind, and the Day-Night clan had specifically asked her to help Night King Chongfeng in this cooperation with Ming Xiaoshu. Why has Brother Chongfeng come to my residence so late at night? Aren't you afraid that the young countess will see you? Sun Meiren approached Night King Chongfeng with a charming smile and a delicate fragrance. Night King Chongfeng remained calm. Don't tell me that you didn't know about the commotion just now. Sun Meiren shrugged. A collision of force fields. I know that one of them is Ming Xiaoshu, but I don't know who the other one is. It's already very rare for someone like Ming Xiaoshu to comprehend a force field on Shenwu continent. I never thought that there would be a second one. It's not someone from Shenwu continent. Lu Yin. Night King Chongfeng's tone was cold and there was a hint of fear in his voice. Sun Meiren was shocked. Lu Yin, why is he here? Night King Chongfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was the one who informed Xinwu Continent that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. He participated in Xinwu Continent's trial, but I thought that it was just a formality. I never thought that he would come again. He even killed a hunter from the Day-Night clan in order to send Tang Si back, which thoroughly offended Night Queen Chuyu. Now that he's appeared again, it looks like there's something he needs on Xinwu Continent, Sun Meiren guessed. It's Ming Yan, Night King Chongfeng said. Sun Meiren was shocked. That little countess? Are they in love? Night King Chongfeng's expression turned ugly. Sun Meiren chuckled. I never thought that the countess would be so charming that she could attract both you and Lu Yin. But then again, it's not surprising since she's so beautiful and pure. I can't help but feel pity for her. Even a woman like me is moved. Night King Chongfeng stared at Sun Meiren. Help me get rid of Lu Yin. Why? Just because of Ming Yan? Sun Meiren was intrigued. Night King Chongfeng snorted. He's a great enemy of my Day-Night clan, and Night Queen Yanqing has said many times that he must be eliminated. He's also someone that Arbiter Zhenwu wants to get rid of. When it came to Arbiter Zhenwu, Sun Meiren did not dare to be impudent. Actually, my Sun family is also dissatisfied with him, and the young master wants to get rid of him as well. However, he's growing stronger and the innerverse and outerverse have been separated. Even Senior Chiu, you can't touch him, let alone you and me. Night King Chongfeng clenched his fists. As the 21st ranked powerhouse on the top 100 rankings, he could look down on most of the younger generation including Lu Yin. Lu Yin had relied on external items to protect himself from enlighters, and Night King Chongfeng had always looked down on him. However, now that Lu Yin had become an explorer, his strength had undergone a qualitative change and he had actually suppressed Night King Chongfeng. When he thought about all of this, Night King Chongfeng could not help but want to kill Lu Yin. Of course, there was also the matter of Ming Yan. If Night King Chongfeng fancied a woman, no one else was allowed to touch her. Lu Yin did not look for a place to stay after leaving the Reverend King's residence. When he had clashed with Ming Zhaoshu's domain, he had coincidentally discovered an acquaintance. This acquaintance looked very down and out, or rather very miserable. 3 streets away from the Reverend King's residence was the busiest downtown area in all of Shanghai City. It was already midnight and Shanghai City had already implemented a curfew. However, there was still a figure lying prostrate on the ground, trembling in the rain. It was a beggar and he was curled up in a corner with a straw curtain draped over his body. Lu Yin looked at the beggar with a shocked expression. He walked closer and closer until he finally stood in front of the beggar. The beggar peered through the straw curtain in fear. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating Lu Yin's face. The beggar's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin's face clearly, and he trembled even more violently. Erker? Lu Yin was surprised. The beggar was terrified. Sir, I'm just a beggar. Please let me go. Lu Yin squatted down and lifted the straw curtain. Your meridians have all been shattered and your star energy has dissipated. You've turned from a Lemiter into a normal person. You must be feeling terrible. Why did this happen? The beggar was Erker, a top disciple of the Blaze Realm who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and challenged a Realm Master. He had been tyrannical for a time, and during the Outerverse trial he had landed on Xinwu Continent at the same time as Lu Yin. They had even landed in the same place. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had landed in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had caused a commotion. Lu Yin had escaped, but Erker had been captured. Ming Zhaoshu is cooperating with the outsiders, so all of the captured outsiders should be fine, Lu Yin said. Erker lowered his head, not daring to answer. I don't like to ask twice. Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Erker's face paled. I offended the Reverend King and I don't dare to show my face. How did you offend him? He knows your identity and the Blaze Realm's influence is very strong. Even a top disciple like you can't protect yourself? Lu Yin asked as he was truly curious. Ming Zhaoshu had hidden himself well, so even if Erker tried to assassinate him he wouldn't care too much. He wouldn't let Erker end up in such a miserable state. Furthermore, there were so many cultivators from the outside in the city, but Erker hadn't looked for any of them. Instead he had chosen to hide. Something wasn't right. Erker's eyes flashed and he looked at Lu Yin. He gritted his teeth. I discovered a secret. Speak, Lu Yin said. Ming Zhaoshu betrayed the Shenwu Empire and released all of the foreigners. I did the same. The Blaze Realm ordered us to stay by Ming Zhaoshu's side so that we could cooperate with him, Eriker said. One time Ming Zhaoshu sent us on a mission. We were in a valley and he said that he discovered a large number of soldiers from the Shenwu Empire gathering there. We didn't pay much attention to it so we went over. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The Neo-Human Alliance? Eriker nodded. Yes, the Neo-Human Alliance. The Shenwu Empire is cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of the group of outsiders that we sent, only a few survived and they managed to escape. However, we didn't expect that after we reported this to Ming Zhaoshu, we would be pursued by Tang Xi. Ming Zhaoshu didn't want to reveal that the Shenwu Empire was cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone else died besides me. Although I was lucky enough to escape, my cultivation was crippled. So you hid in the city hiding under the light? Lu Yin asked. Eriker nodded. You were waiting for the people from the Blaze Realm? Eriker nodded. Yes. Thank you. There were a few words. Brothers reward, third update, thanks for your support. As for Lu Yin and Ming Yan's relationship, Free Wind had his own plans for the future. Thank you for your support, thank you. Those of you who have read Freewind's previous book should know that he doesn't write sadistic novels. His previous book, The Unparalleled Throne of the Apocalypse, was 3.2 million words long. Thank you for your support. Chapter 607. Lu Yin stood up and looked in the direction of the Reverend King's residence. Does Ming Zhaoshu have any contact with the Neo-Human Alliance? Probably not, or else he wouldn't have let us go to that valley, Eriker answered. Lu Yin sighed. Even if there was no contact, he had still helped the Shenwu Empire hide the truth, which had violated the human domain's ironclad rules. Regardless of whether it was the human domain, the astral beast domain, or the technocracy, they all had to kill the Neo-Human Alliance. Ming Zhaoshu was most likely worried that the appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance would lead to the destruction of the entire universe, not the trial itself. The 5 sealing planets could indeed block 1 or 2 enlighters, but if the Neo-Human Alliance was exposed, then it would not just attract enlighters but even stronger ones. Eriker was worried that Shenwu continent would be destroyed, which was why he had helped the Shenwu Empire hide the truth. Unfortunately, Eriker did not understand the Neo-Human Alliance at all. Lu Yin's memories of this organization were still fresh in his mind, and the Corpse King's strength still made him fearful. A Corpse King could obtain an innate gift by eating crystals, and this power could easily develop and unify Shenwu continent. Ming Zhaoshu was playing with fire. Take me to that valley, Lu Yin said calmly. Eriker looked up in surprise. That valley? Sco. Lu Yin grabbed him and the man hurriedly said, There's no point in going. We've already attacked once and the Neo-Human Alliance won't stay there any longer. Even you know that it's dark under the lamp, so the Neo-Human Alliance might do the same, Lu Yin said before grabbing Eriker and leaving Shanghai City. The Shenwu Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance were cooperating, and the main location of their cooperation was definitely on the central Ming continent, which might even be close to Mingdu. Qiong continent was right next to Ming continent, so it wasn't too far away. The valley just so happened to be where Ming continent and Qiong continent intersected, and a single mountain spanned across the 2 continents. When Lu Yin brought Eriker outside the valley, he saw that it was completely desolate. Look, they've already left. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked over, and his lips curled up. Left? Oh, they were still here. There were quite a number of rune lines underground, but the largest number was only comparable to a martial sovereign's. Compared to Shenwu continent, a martial sovereign or a cruiser was already the highest level of power. However, in the universe it was still not enough. Still, Lu Yin did not underestimate the cruisers of the Neo-Human Alliance as he still remembered the Corpse Kings. He hid Eriker, retracted his aura and then dove into the ground. Just like the Neo-Human Alliance's stronghold he had seen before, it was filled with laboratories and imprisoned Corpse Kings. Lu Yin did not know where the Neo-Human Alliance had found these Corpse Kings, but it was possible that countless zombies were being incinerated in some corner of Shenwu continent. Ming Zhaotian's collaboration with the Neo-Human Alliance was simply courting death. It was even worse than Shenwu continent being conquered by the Outerverse. Unfortunately, no one on the Shenwu continent knew how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance was. After walking around, Lu Yin noticed that aside from the imprisoned corpse kings and a cruiser, there wasn't much else in the base. It was just a very ordinary base. Lu Yin grabbed a corpse king and left the underground without alerting anyone. He then took Erica with him to Ming Island. He wanted to see how things were going there and how many hidden Neo-Human Alliance experts were there. Qiong Island had rebelled against the Shenwu Empire and was now at war with Ming Island. Thus, Ming Lake was no longer accessible. Lu Yin brought Erica and the unconscious corpse king along a detour, bypassing the Reverend King's residence's blockade and entering Ming Island. Every city on Ming Island had a heavenly globe, so it was not easy for Lu Yin to enter. However, he did not need to, as all he needed to do was take a look. The situation was much better than he had expected. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yin had visited 5 cities, but he had not seen any Neo-Human Alliance experts. They were either all concentrated in Ming City or had not had the time to develop. Lu Yin suddenly thought of that valley. Could the Neo-Human Alliance be probing Ming Zhaoshu? Once Ming Zhaoshu tacitly agreed, they would be able to do as they pleased. After all, the power of the outsiders on the Shenwu continent could not compare to that of Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. As long as those two did not make a sound, it would be very difficult for them to be discovered. Boom. There was a loud explosion that caused Erica to tremble in fright, and he almost dropped his food. A fierce battle had broken out on a forest path, and a group of people had surrounded a single person. Your Demon Hunters Society still can't see the situation clearly. The Reverend King has already rebelled, and if you continue to surround and capture us, we will join forces with him and rebel against the Shenwu Empire. An old man shouted as he brandished his hammers. He looked very valiant. How dare you speak of rebellion? You remnants of the sects should have been exterminated a long time ago. The surrounding demon hunters were furious. You're courting death, the old man bellowed as he swung his hammers, causing a shockwave to sweep out in all directions and crush the forest. Even space itself trembled. This was a martial emperor expert. The surrounding demon hunters were no match for the old man, and they were all forced to retreat. I'll do it. A young man rushed forward and swept his fan across the old man's neck, almost decapitating him. The old man sneered. Ignorant child, he said as he swung his hammer at the young man. At the same time, another hammer followed. There were 2 loud bangs as the young man blocked one of the hammers, but he was struck by the other. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground not too far away from Lu Yin's group. Erica was very timid at the moment, and he was so frightened that he kept retreating. Lu Yin looked at the young man who had collapsed and spat out blood. It was him, Beiqing. Interesting, as Lu Yin recalled that this person was the son of the Grand Secretary of the Empire. He was also ranked on the list of tempering, but he had actually joined the Demon Hunters Society. Beiqing's blood was churning from the hammer strike and he coughed incessantly. When he saw Lu Yin and the others, he waved them away. Hurry up and leave, don't get caught in the crossfire. He then charged back into the battlefield. Lu Yin didn't know what had happened to Beiqing, but he was completely different from the last time they had met. The old man was invincible and the demon hunters couldn't defeat him at all. Activate the black sand, someone shouted, and all of the demon hunters' weapons were wrapped in a layer of black sand as they attacked the old man once more. The old man was shocked and he leapt up to escape. However, at that moment, a golden flower appeared in the sky. When the old man saw it, his face went pale. Huaing. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he glanced at the sky. Huaing. He remembered seeing her before. She was ranked 9th on the list of tempering and was one of the Empire's dual beauties. She was as famous as Ming Yen in terms of appearance, and she was a commander of the Demon Hunters Society. Elder Hammer, I could have spared your life, but you spouted such arrogant words. Die. A woman with long hair and dressed in white light armor appeared in the sky. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw her. It was no wonder why she was as famous as Ming Yen. She was valiant and her face was absolutely beautiful. Her temperament was very similar to Wendy Yushan's, but her killing intent was much stronger. This had nothing to do with her cultivation, but rather because she had killed too many people. What caught Lu Yin's attention the most was the determination in her eyes, and she was charging forward courageously. Huaing, do you really think that you're a match for me just because you've broken through to the martial emperor realm? The old man shouted as he swung his hammers. Hua Ying's expression didn't change and the golden flower bloomed in the sky, slowly forming a phantom image. The old man's hammers smashed into the golden flower, causing a violent explosion. The ground cracked open and both Hua Ying and the old man were forced back a few steps. The demon hunters didn't interfere and they simply surrounded the old man. The old man panted heavily and he looked at Hua Ying unwillingly. Today's battle ends here. I'll take my leave. He then smashed his hammers together, creating a huge shockwave that swept out in all directions like a hurricane. Suddenly the old man's expression changed and he fell to one knee, his face pale. Hua Ying looked at the old man coldly. You're not bad for not collapsing after being poisoned by my pollen. Despicable. The old man roared. The surrounding demon hunters all stepped forward and took the old man down. Bei Qing's fan swept past and severed the meridians in the old man's arms and legs. The old man wailed and fainted. Commander, Elder Hammer has been executed, Bei Qing reported respectfully to Hua Ying. Hua Ying grunted in acknowledgement and looked past Bei Qing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance was very strange. He had Eriker who looked like a beggar by his side and a corpse king on his back. Although they were hidden in a bag, such a large bag was very conspicuous. The demon hunters followed Hua Ying's gaze and surrounded Lu Yin and Eriker. Eriker was apprehensive but he wasn't too afraid. He knew a little about Lu Yin's strength and he was a freak. It would be fine if the demon hunters didn't provoke him, but if they did then they would be in deep trouble. Hua Ying walked in front of Lu Yin and held the golden flower in her hand. She stared at Lu Yin coldly. Who are you? Why are you here? Where are you going? Lu Yin rubbed his nose. That's none of your business. I'm not a sect survivor. How dare you? One of the demon hunters shouted. Hua Ying stared at Lu Yin. You were too calm during the battle just now. That's not how an ordinary person should behave. Besides, the shockwaves disappeared when they reached you. You're not an ordinary person. Lu Yin had concealed his cultivation with his domain so he looked like an ordinary person. However, how could someone who could withstand the shockwaves be an ordinary person? As the commander of the demon hunters, Hua Ying had been on the front lines of capturing sect survivors for many years. She could tell at a glance. It's fine as long as I'm not a sect survivor. Your demon hunters can't do anything about it. Hua Ying's eyes narrowed. I suspect that you're an outsider. Capture him. Bei Qing was the first to make a move. He had been kind enough to remind this person to leave, but it turned out that he had been pretending to be weak. Lu Yin sighed as it was troublesome to just watch the show. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to pierce through the fan and strike Bei Qing, forcing him to retreat. Lu Yin then waved a hand, causing the void to distort. The terrifying strength caused Hua Ying's expression to change. Dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. None of the demon hunters were able to dodge Lu Yin's attack, and they were all sent flying. They were all explorers, but Lu Yin and the old man were not on the same level. The difference was too great. Hua Ying had thought that Lu Yin might be strong, as even she could not see through his strength. However, she had not expected him to be this strong. Sago tree silver flower. A golden flower bloomed and enveloped Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around and saw rune lines all around him. Was this pollen poison? It was this that had rendered the old man unable to retaliate. It seemed like this girl's innate gift was useless against him. Lu Yin waved his hand again, and a gust of wind blew away all of the pollen poison, including the sago tree silver flower. Hua Ying took several steps back, truly shocked. Facing Lu Yin made her feel like she was facing Ming Zhaotung. Who are you? Hua Ying asked sternly. Chapter 608. Bei Qing's injuries weren't serious and Lu Yin hadn't been merciless. However, he had still managed to beat Bei Qing to the ground. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Lu Xiaoqi, so it was normal that Bei Qing couldn't recognize him. Lu Yin stood up. Don't ask too many questions. You'll only get into trouble. Hua Ying clenched her fists tightly, and a strand of black sand spread out and enveloped her. Lu Yin frowned. He had felt that the black sand was strange, but it was even stranger now. Suddenly, the corpse king that he had brought out growled. Hua Ying looked at the bag and glared at Lu Yin. You kidnapped me. Lu Yin didn't answer and instead looked at the black sand with interest. Where did you get this? Hua Ying leapt towards Lu Yin and pressed down with her hand. She wasn't a close combat expert, but she was confident in the Black Sand's defense. Even a martial sovereign wouldn't be able to break through it. Lu Yin grabbed her hand and felt the hardness and coldness of the Black Sand. He frowned this feeling. Hua Ying's other hand slapped towards Lu Yin's abdomen, but Lu Yin grabbed it and carefully felt the Black Sand. There wasn't anything special about it, but it carried a layer of cold energy that reminded him of the Corpse King. He suddenly turned around to look at the Corpse King that he had brought out, and his eyes flashed. Finally he looked at Hua Ying. Where did this Black Sand come from? Hua Ying kicked out, aiming for Lu Yin's lower body. Lu Yin's expression changed. He had cultivated and fought for 6 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This woman was too vicious. He raised his knee and slammed it into Hua Ying's abdomen, causing her to bend over and retch. Lu Yin released her. Tell me, where did this Black Sand come from? Hua Ying gritted her teeth and a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, stabbing towards Lu Yin. The pollen appeared around them once again and Lu Yin frowned. He grabbed her wrist and twisted it, breaking it with a crack. The dagger fell to the ground and the Black Sand peeled off at the same time. You're waiting for the pollen to take effect? It's useless, Lu Yin said indifferently, tossing her aside. She was beautiful, but she was ruthless. She had been on the front lines for many years, so Lu Yin wasn't interested in her. He looked at Bei Qing. Where did the Black Sand come from? Bei Qing had not expected that even Hua Ying would not be able to retaliate, and he was astonished by Lu Yin's strength. Black-robed manor head gave it to us so that we can fight against even stronger enemies. Black-robed prefecture lord? After the disappearance of the previous chief of the Divine Guards Society, the current chief of the Divine Guards Society. This wasn't Lu Yin's first time coming into contact with the Neo-Human Alliance, and he had a special feeling about them. He was very sensitive to them, and that layer of black sand had given him a unique sense of gloominess. This black-robed academy master might very well be a Corpse King. If even the Demon Hunter Society had been taken over by the Neo-Human Alliance, then the Great Ming Constables would most likely be in the same situation. These two organizations were the most powerful in the Shenwu Empire. It seemed like the Shenwu Empire and the Neo-Human Alliance had a very deep relationship. After knocking out the Demon Hunters, Lu Yin left with Eriker and the Corpse King. Mingdu was very different from 2 years ago. Many places had changed and the ground had been reinforced. There were also many more soldiers than before. Lu Yin stood outside Mingdu and looked into the city with a shocked expression. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. However, through the rune lines, Lu Yin could see that there were several cruisers hidden underground. One of them had rune lines that were almost on par with Kong Shi's. Kong Shi was a peak hunter and she was close to Aiden's level. She could even withstand a few attacks from an enlighter. Even Ming Zhaotian, who had once been the strongest person on Shenwu continent, had rune lines that were far inferior to Kong Shi's. Lu Yin couldn't help but guess that the terrifying cruiser hiding underground was a powerhouse from the Neo-Human Alliance. A cruiser with rune lines that rivaled Kong Shi's was no ordinary realm breaker. There were as many powerhouses in the universe as there were stars in the sky, and there were even the 10 arbiters in the younger generation. However, the 3 Dark Hands were not included in the list of dazzling powerhouses, as those 3 powers contained unimaginable freaks. Lu Yin didn't dare to approach Mingdu any further, as he was afraid of being discovered by that cruiser. With his power level, he was not that person's opponent in a fair fight. Lu Yin spent 2 days circling around Mingdu and discovered that most of the Neo-Human Alliance's members were gathered in the city, and they were all gathered under the Tower of Resonating Light. He desperately wanted to know what was beneath the Tower of Resonating Light. With that in mind, he brought Eriker and the Corpse King back to Cheong Island. Ming Zhaoshu waited for Lu Yin for 5 days, and during that time he had spoken with Tang Si. Tang Si's conclusion was that Lu Yin truly did not fear an enlighter and had even dared to take the initiative to attack. Ming Zhaoshu could not understand this, as he was well aware of how powerful an enlighter was. With his strength he could not even retaliate against an enlighter, but Lu Yin could, which was very strange. Ming Zhaoshu had also spoken with Ming Yan the previous day, but they had not come to an agreement. They had been separated for 2 years and their relationship had only been established for a few days, so it was normal for it to have faded. In the past Ming Xiaoshu would not have cared, but now he had no choice but to do so. With Lu Yin's current strength and ambition, Ming Xiaoshu needed to maintain a close relationship with this person, and Ming Yan was especially important. However, Ming Yan had become somewhat haggard over the past few days, and her mind was unstable. She had fallen into a state of confusion, and aside from preventing Night King Chongfeng and the others from visiting her, Ming Xiaoshu had no other choice. Today he arrived outside Ming Yan's room once again. Yan, father wishes to speak with you, Ming Xiaoshu said. Inside the room Ming Yan buried her head in her arms. Father, I'm tired and I wish to rest. Ming Xiaoshu was helpless. Just a few words. Is that all right? Ming Yan softly acknowledged, and Ming Xiaoshu stepped into the room and opened the windows to brighten up the room. Ming Yan had not left her room for several days, and her lips were slightly pale. Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter and his heart ached. Yan, father does not want to force you. If you like Lu Yin, then father will help you. If you don't, then father will help you reject him. Ming Yan's eyes dimmed. I don't know. Before he came back, I thought that I loved him very much and that I had been waiting for him all this time. But the moment I saw him, he felt like a stranger to me. Back then we had only met a few times, and I admit that he was my everything back then. But now, father, can you tell me what's going on? Do I love him or not? I don't know, I really don't know. Ming Yan looked at Ming Xiaoshu as if she was asking for help. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. Feelings were hard to explain, and many people were the same. When they were in a relationship they would express their true feelings, but when the relationship ended, those feelings would disappear very quickly. Humans were just that complicated. Ming Yan clearly could not tell the difference. If she had not cooperated with the outsiders over the past 2 years, then her feelings for Lu Yin would still be as pure as they had been 2 years ago. No, they might even be deeper. But now, due to the clash of cultures and the liberation of her thoughts, she was overthinking things. Night King Chongfeng and the others often interacted with her, and the impact on her thoughts was immense. Ming Xiaoshu hoped that Ming Yan would accept Lu Yin, as that would strengthen their cooperation. If Lu Yin could truly establish the Great Eastern Alliance, then Ming Xiaoshu's position would not only be the master of Shenwu continent, but could even go one step further. But with Lu Yin's pride, he would not accept such feelings. Ming Xiaoshu could tell that this person was proud and arrogant. There was no point in forcing it. Ming Xiaoshu was smart, and he would allow these feelings to develop freely. However, he could still guide them. Yan, father will clearly tell you that your feelings for Lu Yin are real, Ming Xiaoshu said solemnly. Ming Yan looked up with a dazed expression. Then why don't I want to go with him? After 2 years, you've become unfamiliar with him, and that's normal. That's why you're retreating, but your feelings for him have never changed. Trust me and face your own heart. You love him. Ming Xiaoshu patted Ming Yan's head. This was the only way he could guide her. Fortunately, these feelings had not completely disappeared. As long as Ming Yan could confirm it, then it was not fake. Rest well. Also, try to avoid contact with Night King Chongfeng and the others as much as possible, Ming Xiaoshu said before leaving the room. Ming Yan watched the door close and then buried her head in it again. Were these feelings real? Really, were they real? Once a person entered an open culture from a closed culture, the change in mindset would be huge. Even the person themselves would not know that such a change would occur, and only those closest to them would be able to sense it. The unfamiliarity that they had felt when reuniting with each other might disappear as they interacted with each other, and they would return to being warm and affectionate. But it was also possible that they would become more and more unfamiliar. In an inconspicuous corner of Shanghai city, a black shadow roared as it attacked a passing soldier. Dozens of soldiers finally managed to restrain it. What is that? Quickly report this to His Highness. An older soldier shouted. Not long after Ming Xiaoshu arrived. The moment he saw the black shadow, his eyes trembled, and there was even a trace of panic. Quickly burn it. This person has been infected with the plague. Don't let anyone come into contact with it. The surrounding soldiers hurriedly took the black shadow away. Ming Xiaoshu was just about to leave when his expression changed again, and he revealed a bitter smile. Come out. Lu Yin slowly walked out from the corner and looked at Ming Xiaoshu solemnly. Xinu. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. We'll talk about it when we get back to the manor. That black shadow was the corpse king that Lu Yin had captured. He had used the Corpse King to test Ming Xiaoshu and confirm Eriker's words. Ming Xiaoshu knew about the Corpse King, which meant that he knew that Ming Xiaotian was working with the Neo-Human Alliance. In the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu's study had been reorganized and he sat down in silence. After some time he said, 2 years ago that arbiter from your universe called when Xianxia severely injured my royal brother, Ming Xiaon. I took the opportunity to enter the Tower of Resonating Light and obtain Ming Taizheng's inheritance to break through to the martial sovereign realm. However, I accidentally discovered a huge secret. My royal brother discovered my tracks and wanted to cripple my cultivation. Because of this I rebelled. My royal brother's injuries had not healed and I had comprehended a force field, so the battle ended in a draw. In addition to my many years of planning, even the martial sovereigns guarding the 4 peaks of Mingdu were my people. In the end, Xinwu continent was divided into 2. At this point Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin. You already know all of this. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu and waited for him to continue. Chapter 609. My brother is proud and arrogant. Using the 5 sealing planets to fend off the universe's invasion had already made him sullen. Now he's been betrayed, which has caused the Xinwu Empire to split apart. With his personality, it's not surprising that he's working with the Neo-Human Alliance. Although I know that you outsiders view the Neo-Human Alliance as your public enemy, I can't reveal this to anyone. Xinwu continent is just a training ground, and if it's exposed, it will become the universe's public enemy. Do you know how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance is? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. If Xinwu continent is destroyed, then everyone will die. No matter how terrifying the Neo-Human Alliance is, what does that have to do with us? Lu Yin looked away as Ming Xiaoshu was right. From his point of view, there was no need to care about the Neo-Human Alliance's influence on the human race. They had to cooperate with the Xinwu Empire to conceal this matter. This was also why the Neo-Human Alliance had dared to place one of their strongholds so close to Qiong Island. It was both a test and a warning. Have you thought about it? Ming Xiaotian is working with the Neo-Human Alliance and you're working with the outsiders. Sooner or later you'll be exposed, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze turned cold. Before that happens, I'll deal with the Neo-Human Alliance and Ming Xiaotian. Lu Yin laughed. You're too confident. Even I don't have the confidence to deal with those corpse kings on Xinwu continent, let alone you. What do you mean? Ming Xiaoshu did not understand. Lu Yin explained what he had seen in Mingdu. There's an extremely powerful corpse king among them. Even if you and Ming Xiaotian worked together, you definitely wouldn't be its match. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. That's impossible. We know all the experts that have entered Xinwu continent, but such powerhouses don't exist. With the 5 sealing planets, such powerhouses can't enter. Lu Yin shook his head. That's why you don't understand the Neo-Human Alliance. In the current universe, no matter how strong the powerhouses are, the Neo-Human Alliance isn't included. That's because their power level is unpredictable. Ming Xiaoshu fell silent. What's the secret at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light? Lu Yin asked. During this trip to Mingdu, he had seen a corpse king whose rune lines were comparable to Kong Shi's at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Xiaoshu slowly said, Actually, I still don't understand the specifics. The Tower of Resonating Light is said to have 13 levels, and 8 of them are hidden underground. Ming Taizheng is buried on the 13th level. Actually, when I went to the 13th level to receive Ming Taizheng's inheritance, I discovered that there was a space below, but I couldn't open it. How big is it? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. I'm not sure. That layer of space is hidden too deeply. Even if we turn the entire capital upside down, we still wouldn't be able to find it. Furthermore, Ming Taizheng isn't the creator of any of the inheritances. He's just like I am, just an inheritor of the inheritances. Lu Yin knew this, as Ming Taizheng was just an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. How could he have created the 5 sealing planets that could withstand an attack with a power level of over 300,000 unless he was a boundless advanced lockbreaker? If he had just activated the 5 sealing planets, then it would make sense. However, there was another problem. This meant that before Ming Taizheng, There had been a super expert on Shenwu continent with a power level of over 300,000 who had also been proficient in lockbreaking and had been a boundless advanced lockbreaker at the very least. The Neo-Human Alliance was definitely hiding at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light because they wanted to enter that layer of space. If that was the case, then that layer of space might contain the secrets of the 5 sealing planets. Why did Ming Zhaotian allow the Neo-Human Alliance to hide at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light? Isn't he afraid that the 5 sealing planets will be destroyed? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. Before you mentioned it, I didn't even know that those monsters were hiding at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. If that's the case, then my brother has been blinded by some benefits. Ming Zhaotian might have been blinded, but Lu Yin wasn't. He had Ming Zhaoshu take out a map of the capital and circle out the locations with the underground rune lines. The more time passes, the stronger the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse Kings will become. The locations I've marked out should be where the Corpse Kings are hiding. Immediately gather all explorers or martial emperors and follow me to the capital to deal with this hidden danger. Ming Zhaoshu was put in a difficult position. We're currently at war, and the Empire has records of all the experts under my command. They can't even reach the capital. Then let the trial takers take action, Lu Yin said. In any case, they're only here to deal with the Corpse Kings. I don't expect them to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Of course, you'll have to take action as well. Help me stall Ming Zhaotian. Alright, I'll think of a way to contact the space station and have them attack the 5 sealing planets at the same time to stall the Empire's experts. Ming Zhaotian doesn't know the secret of the 5 sealing planets. Lu Yin was puzzled. Ming Zhaoshu replied, so what if he knows? He doesn't dare to take the risk. If there's no one to oversee the 5 sealing planets, then he'll be condemned for all eternity once they collapse. Lu Yin understood that different positions meant different levels of pressure. If Ming Zhaoshu was in Ming Zhaotian's position, then he wouldn't dare to take the risk either. It didn't take long for Ming Zhaoshu to gather all the trial takers who were at least explorers. Most of them were gathered at Qiong Island, and there were more than 30 of them in total. 5 of them were cruisers, and because of their participation, Ming Zhaoshu's strength had greatly increased. He now had the strength to contend with the Shenwu Empire. Night King Chongfeng was also present, and he seemed to be the leader of the group. Even without considering his background as a Night King, his strength as a cruiser and his rank as 21st on the top 100 rankings were enough to crush everyone present. His strength was not any weaker than Ming Zhaoshu's, and he might even be stronger. They were both cruisers, but Ming Zhaoshu had comprehended a force field and was an absolute expert. Night King Chongfeng had the Night King clan's battle techniques and was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings. His strength was terrifying. Brother Chongfeng, why has the Reverend King summoned us? The group was gathered in a mountain stream behind the Reverend King's residence. There was a waterfall not far away and the environment was pleasant. The one who spoke was Sun Meiren, and her every move was filled with temptation, which attracted many people to look over. Night King Chongfeng stood by the river and replied, "We'll know when the Reverend King arrives." Sun Meiren walked over to his side and whispered, "You haven't seen the young countess these past few days, have you?" Night King Chongfeng's face sank, as this was the thing that made him the most unhappy. Ever since he had arrived on Shenwu continent, he had often seen Ming Yan, and her devastatingly beautiful face had left him mesmerized. He had never gone days without seeing her, but ever since Lu Yin had arrived, things had changed. When he thought about the possibility of Ming Yan nestled in that man's embrace, he became even more displeased, and he had the urge to destroy everything. Brother Chongfeng, I advise you to bear with it. We've discussed this before and it's almost impossible to get rid of him, Sun Meiren whispered. Night King Chongfeng took a deep breath. Nothing is impossible. It's just that the opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Sun Meiren was astonished, as quite a few people from the Day-Night clan had arrived over the past few days. Had they delivered something good to Night King Chongfeng? She did not doubt the Day-Night clan's strength or their determination to kill Lu Yin. Even further away, a youth sat quietly on a tree. His name was Namu and he was a disciple of Myriad Swords Peak. He had previously been the area master of Astral 5 and had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament, where he had lost to Grandine Mavis in the 4th round. Now he had broken through to the Explorer realm and successfully graduated. He had come to the outer verse to train, but he had not expected the inner verse to be separated from the outer verse. He had been left behind in the outer verse and had ended up on Shenwu continent. There were many people like him, and there were more than 30 people here, with quite a few of them having graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Why hasn't the Reverend King arrived yet? Isn't he being too arrogant? Someone complained. Most of these people looked down on Shenwu continent, and they looked at Ming Zhaoshu as if he were a native. If not for Night King Chongfeng's pressure, these people might not have been so obedient. The Reverend King won't be coming. I was the one who asked him to gather all of you. A voice rang out as Lu Yin walked out of the forest and arrived in front of everyone. Night King Chongfeng's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Yin. Sun Meiren was astonished as she recognized Lu Yin. His main body had appeared right after she had mentioned him. In the distance, Namu also saw Lu Yin, and he was astonished. He was no stranger to Lu Yin. Although this person had not been in the Astral Combat Academy for long, the things that he had done had been sensational. He had reached the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament, become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, banned the Day-Night clan, become a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and so on. This series of events had made Lu Yin a legend in the hearts of all the Astral Combat Academy students, especially when he had banned the Day-Night clan and fought against all the Day-Night clan experts in the Astral Combat Academy. That scene had been unforgettable. Namu had not expected to see Lu Yin here. This person's relationship with him was not just that of a fellow student in the Astral Combat Academy. It was also rumored that Wendy Yushan of Myriad Swords Peak was his fiancée. Who do you think you are? How dare you gather all of us? A bearded man blocked Lu Yin's path. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he looked down at Lu Yin from above. Sun Meiren's lips curled up. This bearded man was very strong, and he was second only to Night King Chongfeng. He also had a bad temper, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to test Lu Yin. Night King Chongfeng had only mentioned Lu Yin's arrival to her, but he had not said anything else. Sun Meiren had guessed that he might have suffered a loss, and this was the perfect opportunity for her to take a look. Lu Yin took a step forward, and his shoulder collided with the bearded man's shoulder. Everyone heard a thump as the bearded man's body was sent flying into the river. Everyone was shocked, as the bearded man was one of the few cruisers who was famous for his strength. In terms of strength, he was second only to Night King Chongfeng, but he had actually been sent flying. Sun Meiren was astonished, as Lu Yin was indeed powerful. Even Night King Chongfeng could not easily send the bearded man flying. Night King Chongfeng frowned and took a few steps forward. I forgot to tell everyone that this is Lu Yin, and he's also an expert who came to support the Reverend King. I believe that everyone has heard of him. Lu Yin? Everyone cried out in surprise. He's Lu Yin, the unequaled Lemaitre? I heard that he defeated Ling Ke and Mu Rong. That's old news. Apparently he's killed Enlighters, and not just one. Did he break through to the Explorer realm? In the river, the bearded man angrily roared and rushed forward to punch Lu Yin. Brat, you're courting death. Lu Yin did not move, but Night King Chongfeng's eyes flashed. He raised a hand and pushed the bearded man's fist in another direction, causing the entire valley to tremble. The bearded man angrily glared at Night King Chongfeng. Night King, what's the meaning of this? Why are you protecting him? He, Brother Chongfeng is trying to save you, but he's Lu Yin, Sun Meiren laughed. Chapter 610. The bearded man snorted. Lu Yin? What Lu Yin? What does this have to do with me? You're just an explorer. Lu Yin frowned, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Star energy flooded out in all directions as his force field erupted. Everyone felt their hearts sink as the incomparable pressure made them feel uncomfortable. Night King Chongfeng stared at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you've gone too far. Dust rose from beneath Lu Yin's feet as his domain suddenly solidified and pressed down on everyone, including Night King Chongfeng. This person clearly knew that Big Beard's attack would be ineffective against him, and it would instead allow him to establish his prestige, but he still stopped it. Doing so would only make Big Beard resent him, while he would increase his prestige and gain a favor for no reason. He was quite scheming. Thus, Lu Yin decided to pressure them all at once, as he didn't have the time to slowly convince them. Aside from Night King Chongfeng, Big Beard, and a few other cruisers, Everyone else had been suppressed by Lu Yin's domain and were unable to move. "Brother Lu, I said that's enough," Night King Chongfeng shouted, and the surface of his body became as translucent as white jade. His seven-lined battle force erupted as he charged towards Lu Yin. Night King Chongfeng was arrogant to begin with, and when he had been flung away by Lu Yin in front of Ming Yan, he had been suppressing his anger all this time. Now that Lu Yin had pressured him once more, he finally exploded. Sun Marin's eyes lit up as she watched this scene. Lu Yin had been waiting for this person for a long time. He was a man and he had a common problem with all men. This person had not only approached Ming Yan, but he had also called her Yin. Lu Yin could not stand it. His battle with Ming Zhaoshu had been a way to vent his frustrations, but the one he could truly vent on was this person. The three grains of fates and moved, and Lu Yin raised a hand to grab Night King Chongfeng's fist. There was a boom and the rest of the people felt their brains explode as they were all sent flying backwards. Blood trickled down the corners of their mouths, as they had all been injured by the collision between Lu Yin and Night King Chongfeng. Jade Skin was Night King Chongfeng's innate gift, and with the addition of his seven-line battle force he was much stronger than before. However, he soon discovered that he still could not resist Lu Yin's strength. His fist was tightly gripped by Lu Yin and he could not move at all. "Too weak," Lu Yin barked. Night King Chongfeng's pupils shrank, and the surface of his body changed once more. This was the Night King's body. Among Lu Yin's peers, only Night Queen Yanqing had ever used it before. Night King Chongfeng was a full generation older than Night Queen Yanqing, and he was of the same generation as the 10 arbiters. His Night King's body was even more powerful. Night King Chongfeng had originally thought that his Night King's body would be enough to suppress Lu Yin's strength, but he discovered that nothing had changed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I've already said that you're too weak." Seven-lined battle force appeared on his right fist, causing Night King Chongfeng's expression to change to one of pain. His seven-lined battle force had been crushed, and his Night King's body was on the verge of collapse. Now that he had broken through to the Explorer realm, he was much stronger than Kongshi, who was a peak hunter. With the addition of the secret art, fates and the dream finger, even if he was not a match for a peak hunter like Kongshi, it would still be very difficult for him to be defeated. Even without taking those things into account, he could still defeat a powerhouse at Night King Gu's level, let alone Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng's face was deathly pale as he had already used all of his strength. He had seven-lined battle force, Night King's body, and his innate gift, Jade Skin. Any one of these abilities would have been enough to crush countless people in the same generation as him, but even when combined together, they were still unable to withstand Lu Yin's power. Crack! Night King's body collapsed and blood spurted out from Night King Chongfeng's body. Next was Jade Skin. Berserk gales raged about, causing the mountain range to tremble, and the shockwaves even reached the Reverend King's residence. Ming Zhaoshu looked up. He's still a young man after all. He's letting his emotions affect his decisions. As Lu Yin increased his strength, Night King Chongfeng's fist was crushed in his palm, and his bones pierced through his skin. The others were shocked and the bearded man was even more shocked. Brother Lu, did you come here just to kill people?" Sun Marin could not help but ask. As she spoke, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Lu Yin pushed Night King Chongfeng away with a single palm and retracted his domain. Everything had happened so quickly that it disappeared just as quickly. Everyone subconsciously gasped for breath as they had been suppressed to the point where they could not breathe. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with lingering fear. They were not on the same level as this person and the difference was too great. Even Night King Chongfeng, who was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, had been suppressed. This person could probably rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings. No, he might even be able to rival the top 10. Night King Chongfeng clutched his right fist and gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin. Sun Marin hurriedly took out some special medicine to bandage the wound, but the shock in her eyes did not fade. Lu Yin's strength had exceeded her expectations. How had this person cultivated? Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone and his mood inexplicably improved. "I was the one who asked the Reverend King to gather all of you here. There's something that I need all of you to accomplish with me." No one answered, but of course no one disagreed. Even the bearded man appeared very honest and he looked at Night King Chongfeng with gratitude. If not for Night King Chongfeng, he would have been the one in trouble. This person in front of him must be a freak to be able to injure Night King Chongfeng to such an extent without even taking a single step. The Neo-Human Alliance has appeared, Lu Yin said. The Neo-Human Alliance? Many cried out, and even Night King Chongfeng was shocked. Sun Meiren even put down her medicine and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, the Neo-Human Alliance is cooperating with Ming Zhaotian. I've already found out their location and I need all of you to act together and completely eliminate them. Brother Lu, the Neo-Human Alliance's matters are not small. Let's report this to the higher-ups and ask them to make a decision, someone said. Lu Yin looked over. Higher UPS? Who? That person was about to say something, but he was stopped by someone beside him. That person suddenly remembered that this person had even killed an enlighter before. Even their so-called higher-ups would have to lower their heads in front of this person, and they immediately fell silent. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and said, the Neo-Human Alliance is the greatest enemy of the entire human race. I don't care what you think, but gather here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to Mingdu and the space station will coordinate with us to attack the 5 sealing planets. Ming Zhaoshu will delay Ming Zhaotian and will deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. That's settled. Does anyone have any objections? Brother Lu, is the Neo-Human Alliance hiding in Mingdu? Sun Meiren asked. That's right. If we start a war, won't the civilians be affected? Sun Meiren asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If we don't start a war, then they'll experiment on civilians. Which one do you hope for? Sun Meiren choked as Lu Yin's words were not polite at all. She was a beauty and no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Does anyone else have any objections? If not, I hope to see all of you tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll deal with all of you before I deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's tone was cold as he did not need to care about what these people were thinking. Those who could appear on Xinwu continent were all powers that were close to the Night King bloodline. In other words, most of them would be enemies in the future. In the end, Lu Yin's gaze paused on Night King Chongfeng for a moment before he left. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not planned on learning the names of these people or where they were from. This was because a large number of them would die in the battle against the Neo-Human Alliance. These were the 3 hands of darkness, and who knew what they were hiding. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would not have taken the risk of personally taking action. As they watched Lu Yin leave, one person grumbled unhappily, "This Lu Yin is too arrogant. He actually ordered us around." The person beside him smiled bitterly. "It's fine if you're as strong as him. He doesn't care about us. Right now he only cares about hunters. No, only enlighters. Why would he care about small fries like us?" Sun Meiren looked at Night King Chongfeng. She could see the bone-deep killing intent in his eyes and she was delighted. Before the inner-verse and outer-verse had been separated, she had received orders from her family to eliminate Lu Yin as much as possible. This order had not only come from the young family head, but also from the family head. Lu Yin was someone that the Sun family had to kill. She did not know why, but she could only follow orders. Right now she could only take advantage of this Night King Chongfeng. The crowd gradually dispersed until only Night King Chongfeng and Sun Meiren remained. "Help me kill him," Night King Chongfeng said coldly. Sun Meiren smiled bitterly. "Brother Chongfeng, even you aren't his opponent. How can I help you?" Night King Chongfeng's gaze turned cold. "My Day-Night clan obtained some pyrolite in the astral wilderness. When we fight in Mingdu, you and I will work together and find a way to use the pyrolite to kill him." Sun Meiren was shocked. Pyrolite's destructive power is too great. It might even destroy the entire city. There are many people there. Night King Chongfeng grabbed Sun Meiren's chin. "It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter how many of these natives die. I just want him to die. Do you hear me? If he doesn't die, then I'll kill you." Sun Meiren's expression changed. This person had gone crazy. He had been continuously suppressed by Lu Yin, and his anger had reached its peak. He did not care about the consequences, but this was exactly what she needed. "Got it, Brother Chongfeng. I'll help you." Sun Meiren pretended to be afraid. Night King Chongfeng lowered his hand and left. In the Reverend King's residence, Lu Yin arrived outside Ming Yan's room. He hesitated, not knowing what to do. The door suddenly opened and Ming Yan walked out. When she saw Lu Yin, her eyes flashed with joy, but there was also a trace of confusion and helplessness. She sent the maids away and walked with Lu Yin to the back garden. For a full 20 minutes, neither of them spoke. Lu Yin smelled the fragrance of the flowers, or perhaps it was Ming Yan's scent. He looked at her. "I'm sorry." Ming Yan was stunned. "Why?" Lu Yin apologized. "I left you for 2 years and didn't ask about you. But when I came back I spoke to you like that. I'm sorry." Ming Yan lowered her head. "It's my fault." The two fell into silence once more. Lu Yin still remembered the emotions he had felt when he had left Ming Yan. That deep kiss had been intoxicating, but now he could not even touch her face. She would hide, avoid, or even resist him. Every time he thought about this, his heart ached. Feelings came and went quickly, but did they really disappear just like that? Ming Yan was a stranger to him, but she still had feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have panicked when he had apologized. She was also afraid that he would leave. Their feelings were not strong enough, and they had been defeated by time. However, those sincere feelings still remained in the depths of their hearts, and they might sprout again in the future. In that case, everything would start anew. "Brother Lu, can you give me some time?" Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin expectantly. "Let me think it through." Lu Yin smiled and rubbed his nose. "You're free. No one can force you." "But I'm afraid that you'll fall in love with someone else during this time," Ming Yan said sadly. Chapter 611. 7th Bro, this girl looks weak, but she's very domineering. She won't say that she wants to be with you, but she won't allow you to like someone else either. She's too much. Too much? Relationships were selfish and everyone was the same. "I'm sorry, Brother Lu. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." "I'll think about it carefully," Ming Yan hurriedly said, as she also felt that she had gone overboard. Lu Yin did not harp on this issue any further, as he was a complete novice when it came to relationships. The same went for Ming Yan. Both of them followed their hearts, and they did not have any hypocrisy or so-called kind lies. Thus, their relationship had developed quickly, but it was also very easy for problems to arise. Shinwu continent will definitely merge with the universe in the future, so we'll have plenty of time to spend together. Perhaps I can bring you and your father to visit my hometown. Then you can tell me your answer, Lu Yin said gently. Ming Yan nodded. She had thought about many things over the past few days, and she hated herself for being so unfamiliar with him. She hated herself for rejecting him, but this was a subconscious reaction that could not be stopped. She knew that she loved the man in front of her, but what exactly was blocking her feelings? She herself did not know, and she needed to think things through. Even if this man ended up with someone else after she thought things through, she still needed to consider it. He stayed with Ming Yan for 2 hours, but they did not talk much. Lu Yin liked the feeling of having her by his side, and that familiar fragrance calmed him down. Go back. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Lu Yin said. Ming Yan grunted and lowered her head. He did not know what she was thinking. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he approached her before slowly hugging her. Ming Yan was startled, but she did not resist this time. She felt at ease in this person's embrace. The sky quickly darkened and Ming Yan returned. Lu Yin met up with Ming Zhao. I've already confirmed with the space station that we'll attack the 5 sealing planets in 5 days, Ming Zhaoshu informed Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. We'll leave tomorrow. Ming Zhaoshu frowned. Actually, we can wait. It's too rushed. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. If this was a normal war we could wait, but we're facing the Neo-Human Alliance. If we wait even a second, a powerful corpse king might appear and countless people might turn into monsters. We don't need a strategy to deal with them, and there's no strategy. Besides, do you really dare to wait? The space station already knows of the Neo-Human Alliance's existence, and the longer we wait, the more likely it won't be the Neo-Human Alliance that will be eradicated. Instead, it will be the Outerverse's various great powers that will join forces to eradicate the entire Shinwu continent. Ming Zhaoshu was helpless. He was good at enduring silently, and he always planned things out before taking action. However, Lu Yin was obviously the impulsive type, or at least that was what Ming Zhaoshu believed. Ming Zhaoshu had a way to minimize the losses as long as he was given enough time. However, Ming Zhaoshu was not the one making the decisions at the moment. Furthermore, Lu Yin was right. Ming Zhaoshu did not dare to reveal the existence of the Neo-Human Alliance because he was afraid that the Outerverse would view Shenwu continent as an enemy. Yuanyan. Ming Zhaoshu opened his mouth to speak, but Lu Yin interrupted him before he could finish. We're fine. Let's focus on the current situation first. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered as he watched Lu Yin's back. In the battle in 5 days, the heavens of the continent would change. He was in a rather good mood as he left the Reverend King's residence. After interacting with Ming Yan for a while, he was able to confirm one thing. Ming Yan still had feelings for him deep down in her heart. It was just that as time passed, the feelings had become unfamiliar and lost, and she needed some time to get used to it. As long as the feelings didn't change, everything was fine. Was this the so-called long-distance relationship? And it was a long-distance relationship that lasted 2 years at that. Lu Yin was glad that he had come. Otherwise, if he had waited for 10 years, then those feelings would probably have disappeared. He could only blame himself for having spent too little time with her back then. He had thought that his feelings for her were deep, but they had been defeated by time. Still, it didn't matter, as the Shenwu continent was no longer a forbidden zone for him, and he could come to her at any time. Furthermore, she had already experienced the impact of culture, so there wouldn't be any major changes. It wouldn't be too late as long as he could start afresh. He would just treat it as falling in love all over again. The next day, Lu Yin met up with Night King Chongfeng and the others in the valley. Not a single one of them was missing, and they had all come. Lu Yin's valiant battle record and the pressure that they had personally experienced had made it impossible for them not to come. Even the unruly bearded man avoided Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony with them and immediately set off. He followed the same path that he had taken with Eriker to Mingdu. These people had stayed on the Shenwu continent for a long time, and their star energy had long since been replaced by martial power. Thus, the heavenly globes wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities. However, just in case, Lu Yin still took them on a detour. Night King Chongfeng didn't reveal any killing intent, as he was waiting for the most suitable opportunity. 5 days later at dawn, Lu Yin assigned everyone a position to prevent the Corpse King from escaping. Not long after, the sky trembled and the entire continent seemed to experience an earthquake. One figure after another charged into the sky as the 5 sealing planets had been attacked. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the 5 sealing planets hadn't been attacked in a long time. All of the Enlighters had gone to Ironblood Weave, and even if Madame Mylan and the others attacked the 5 sealing planets, it would be useless. Thus, the Shenwu continent had been peaceful for a long time, but no one had expected that it would suddenly erupt on this day. Ming Zhaotian's expression turned ugly, as the inexplicable attacks had caused him to panic. He was worried that the Outerverse had gathered several Enlighters, so he had no choice but to send out an announcement to the entire Shenwu continent. All martial emperors and above were to head to the 5 sealing planets. Ming Zhaoan himself soared into the sky as well, leaving the Shenwu Empire to crown Prince Ming Hao. Now! Lu Yin shouted as he donned his universal armor and leaped towards the Tower of Resonating Light. The rest of the group followed Lu Yin's instructions, and Night King Chongfeng was no exception. There were 4 peaks surrounding Mingdu, and they had originally been guarded by 4 martial sovereigns. One of them had been roped in by Ming Zhaoshu and had gone to Qiong Island's Shanhai city. The other had died in the previous battle, so only 2 remained. When they saw Lu Yin and the others appear, they all attacked together. Suddenly, another martial sovereign rushed out from within Mingdu and blocked the other 2. These were Ming Zhaoshu's men, and he was going to give it his all in this battle. No one had expected that the rebels would suddenly attack when the 5 sealing planets were under attack. This was a betrayal of the entire Shenwu continent. Ming Hao was furious, and he was both indignant and worried that everything underground would be discovered. "Your Highness, someone has charged into the Tower of Resonating Light," a martial emperor shouted. Ming Hao's expression changed. "Stop him." Lu Yin raised his hand and killed 2 martial emperors with a single palm strike. He then charged into the Tower of Resonating Light like a meteorite. He did not even look for an entrance and simply charged straight into the ground. The Tower of Resonating Light had once trapped a group of Outerverse trial takers, but now it had been destroyed by his power. Soon Lu Yin arrived at the lowest level of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ever since Ming Zhaoshu had accepted Ming Taizheng's inheritance, the Tower of Resonating Lights crisis had been resolved, and this place had become the Neo-Human Alliance's experimental base. Lu Yin saw many laboratories, roaring corpse kings and all sorts of crystals. In particular, he saw no less than 100,000 zombies roaming about in the dark underground. These were all ordinary people, but they had been used by the Neo-Human Alliance as experimental subjects. This was the Neo-Human Alliance, the common enemy of the entire universe. In their eyes, all living things were nothing more than experimental subjects. Lu Yin released his domain and completely suppressed the underground. Regardless of whether they were zombies or corpse kings, they all instantly exploded. There was a furious roar as a black figure charged out from underground and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not dodge and instead raised his hand. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Bang! The violent collision caused the Tower of Resonating Light to shatter and allow sunlight to shine through. Lu Yin stood in place without moving and the black figure revealed itself. It was the cruiser whose rune lines were comparable to Kong Shi's. It was a corpse king. This corpse king's consciousness was clearly in a mess, but its physical strength was frightening. It did not change at all after being struck by Lu Yin's palm. There was another furious roar, and the corpse king's body glowed with a metallic luster as it clawed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brows rose. An innate gift? He punched out and there was another violent collision. The entire capital cracked open, and a huge crack extended from the Tower of Resonating Light all the way to the Imperial Palace. Ming Hao was shocked and the shock waves from the underground battle caused his heart to palpitate. Ming Zhaoshu actually had such a powerhouse under his command. At this moment, battles broke out all over the capital. Big Beard was the first to encounter a corpse king, and an intense battle broke out. Soon after, the rest of the group encountered zombies and corpse kings. They had to fight against the corpse kings while also fending off the cultivators from the Shenwu Empire. Night King Chongfeng's location was not far from the Demon Hunters Society, as Lu Yin had specifically chosen this location for him. Not only were there corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance underground, but the black-robed lord of the Demon Hunters Society was also an expert from the Neo-Human Alliance. Hua Ying, Bei Qing and the rest attacked Night King Chongfeng, but he snorted and casually waved his hand, causing everyone to retreat. He was stunned by Hua Ying's beauty, but he did not use any killing moves. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill them. Hua Ying had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin a few days ago, and when she woke up she had been tossed onto a tree with the rest of the group. She had been suppressing her anger, but now that the enemy had attacked the capital, she had charged forward regardless of how strong the enemy was. Night King Chongfeng's eyes narrowed. You don't know what's good for you. Just as he was about to attack, the ground cracked open and a corpse king rushed out, roaring as it clawed at Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng was shocked as it really was a corpse king. He immediately dodged. Hua Ying stared in shock at the monster that had suddenly appeared, as she did not understand how such a thing could exist underground. At this moment, black sand swept through the sky and rained down on Night King Chongfeng. The black-robed lord had arrived. Lord, there's a monster underground. Hua Ying shouted. The black-robed lord swept past Hua Ying and the rest, and the black sand transformed into chains that whipped towards Night King Chongfeng. Night King Chongfeng's eyes turned cold, and his body became as translucent as jade. His 7-lined battle force erupted as he punched out. Regardless of whether it was the corpse king that had emerged from the ground or the black-robed lord, they were all sent flying. The underground corpse king's head was even blown apart. The black-robed lord bellowed as his black robes were torn apart, revealing his true appearance to Hua Ying and the rest for the first time. What they saw was a monster with scarlet eyes and a body covered in black sand. Another corpse king. Night King Chongfeng punched out. Night King Fist. Black and white intertwined. The black-robed lord roared at the sky as black sand covered his entire body, and he viciously charged towards Night King Chongfeng. Boom. The shockwave shattered the surrounding streets and countless people were affected by the shockwaves. The ground even sank and Hua Ying and the rest were unable to withstand the shockwaves from the collision. Chapter 6:12. Black-robed master was unable to block Night King Chongfeng's attack, and a fist pierced through his chest. Night King Chongfeng punched out again, and this time his head exploded. Hua Ying and the rest stared blankly at black-robed master's corpse. What kind of monster was this? On the other side, Sun Meiren was having a hard time dealing with the Corpse King's attacks. Die, traitor! Ming Zhaochen, the Ming constable's master, appeared and attacked Sun Meiren. Sun Meiren's expression changed and she hurriedly retreated. Ming Zhaochen stared at the roaring Corpse King in astonishment. It was only when the Corpse King charged into the crowd and started slaughtering that Ming Zhaochen made his move. Only Ming Zhaotian, Ming Hao and a few others knew of the Neo-Human Alliance's existence. The previous Demon Hunters Society's master had coincidentally found out about it, but he had been killed. Ming Zhaochen had only just seen these Corpse Kings. All of Mingdu trembled and the ground cracked open. Countless people fled out of the city in fear. Ming Zhaoshu, do you really want to destroy Xinwu continent? Ming Zhaotian returned from the 5 ceiling planets and appeared in the sky above Mingdu. Ming Zhaoshu appeared as well. Brother, it's time to change your mindset. Xinwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. You're courting death. Ming Zhaotian was enraged. Very soon the sounds of 2 people fighting could be heard in the sky. Ming Hao stood in the palace with an ugly expression. The situation had spiraled out of control and those monsters had been discovered. There was no way to hide it, and even if they had suppressed Ming Zhaoshu in this battle, they would not be able to explain the existence of those monsters. Underground, Lu Yin was clashing with the Corpse King. He had his universal armor, so he was not afraid of a direct confrontation. The Corpse King's mind was not clear, and it was only blindly attacking. Lu Yin was waiting for the moment when it was exhausted. The Corpse King's defenses were too strong, and Lu Yin knew that even if he attacked with all his strength, he would only be able to injure the Corpse King with his dream finger. All other attacks would be ineffective. Suddenly the Corpse King's roars changed and it raised its head. Its scarlet eyes had turned gray, and the number of rune lines that represented it had become the same as what Lu Yin had seen before, which was comparable to Kong Shi's. Corpse King, run 7th bro. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin had long since guessed that this Corpse King's rune lines were far less than Kong Shi's. This was its true form and Lu Yin had been aiming for this state. Bang 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 bang. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the gray-eyed Corpse King was indeed much stronger than before. Although Lu Yin was not injured due to his universal armor's defenses, the recoil still shocked him. If not for the universal armor, then his physical body and fates and would not have been able to withstand such an attack. This was an attack that had reached the level of a peak hunter. This Corpse King was different from Kong Shi. Even though Kong Shi was a peak hunter, she did not specialize in physical strength. However, this Corpse King specialized in physical strength. No matter how confident Lu Yin was, he did not want to compete in physical strength with a Corpse King that was almost at the peak of the hunter realm. There was a loud boom as Lu Yin was forced back more than 10 steps by the Corpse King's punch. In the next moment, Lu Yin's force field appeared, and the towering tree's branches bound the Corpse King. The Corpse King tore through the branches and charged towards Lu Yin once more. Lu Yin grabbed the Corpse King's arms and the 2 of them flew into the sky. They pierced through the ground and into the sky above Mingdu. At that moment, the entire city was split in 2. Night King Chongfeng looked up and his pupils shrank. What the hell was that? Suddenly he felt a chill on his back. His body was struck by an enormous force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was fiercely smashed forward. A young man appeared. When Hua Ying and the others saw him, they cried out in alarm, Wu Qing. Wu Qing, first place on the list of tempering. Night King Chongfeng turned around. Wu Qing? He had heard of Wu Qing, who was first on the list of tempering. Night King Chongfeng did not care about the list of tempering at all, as it only recorded limiters. This person should also be a limiter, but how had he been able to injure Night King Chongfeng? Even when Lu Yin had been a limiter, he should not have been able to injure Night King Chongfeng in one blow. Wu Qing walked towards Night King Chongfeng. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized that this person was not Wu Qing. He was Wu Shang, one of the people who had entered the Xinwu continent with Lu Yin. He had wanted to join the Ming constables, but he had been exposed by Ming Zhaokai and had been hunted down. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that this person's strength was cold and sinister, and it was very similar to that of the Neo-Human Alliance. Now his guess had been confirmed. Wuxiang's eyes changed and they turned gray. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many who could control a Corpse King transformation. However, on the tiny Shenwu continent, 2 Corpse Kings had appeared at once. Wuxiang completely released his strength. He was not a Lemiter, but an explorer. He had broken through long ago. Night King Chongfeng could feel Wuxiang's strength, especially that pair of gray eyes, which made his scalp go numb. Gray eyes, Corpse King transformation. As a member of the Night King clan, he was no stranger to Corpse Kings. Countless experts from the Day-Night clan had died to Corpse Kings, so he was instinctively afraid of them. Bang! Soon the two began to fight. Night King Chongfeng activated his Night King's body and erupted with all his strength, but Wuxiang's Corpse King transformation had greatly increased his strength. Both sides clashed once and Hua Ying and the others were sent flying. In the distance, a foreign cultivator was panting heavily as he killed a Corpse King. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a sword protruded from his body. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Soon after, the cultivator's vision went black and he died. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and looked elsewhere before charging out once more. Mingdu was completely overturned on this day. For countless years, the Xinwu Empire's capital had never experienced such a drastic change. Crown Prince Ming Hao watched as the capital was destroyed, and it was as if he could see the end of the Xinwu Empire. Thunder rumbled in the sky above Mingdu. It was clearly daytime, but the city was shrouded in darkness. The intense battle between Ming Zhaoshu and Ming Zhaotian, as well as the battle between Lu Yin and the Corpse King, took place high up in the sky. The entire city was shrouded in fear and unease. Ming Hao had mobilized all of the hidden experts in the palace to deal with the foreign cultivators and Ming Zhaoshu's people. The 5 sealing planets trembled, causing tsunamis and volcanoes to erupt across Xinwu continent. Hidden experts rushed into the sky, vowing to protect the 5 sealing planets with their lives. These people did not participate in the struggle for the throne, but they would not allow the 5 sealing planets to be destroyed. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out as Lu Yin and the Corpse King each received an attack from their opponent. Lu Yin was struck down and crashed into a lake, while the Corpse King was sent flying into the sky, landing right in the middle of the battlefield between Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's aura burst forth, and a figure clad in imperial robes reached out to grab the Corpse King. The Corpse King raised its head and its gray eyes were chilling. Ming Zhaoshu subconsciously retreated. Ming Zhaoshu, it's not too late to stop, Ming Zhaotian warned as he attacked Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu coldly retorted, "Brother, can't you see that monster? It's not human at all. Do you want to hand the entire Xinwu continent over to such a monster? How can you face your ancestors? As long as we can repel the foreign cultivators, I'm willing to pay any price." Ming Zhaotian roared. There was a boom and the two clashed once more. The Corpse King locked onto Lu Yin and charged down like a meteor. Lu Yin dodged and the Corpse King crashed into the ground. A giant crack spread across the surface of the lake, evaporating all of the water and spreading throughout the entire city. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as the transformed Corpse King could not be killed at all. Its strength seemed to be limitless, and when combined with its innate gift of metal, it was practically undying. Lu Yin had no other choice, so he took out his pike. The moment the pike appeared, the winds and clouds surged. It was an innate spiritual force attack, and Lu Yin had upgraded it 6 times. It had consumed a total of 20,000 star essence, and the damage it dealt to spiritual force was far greater than before. Formless undulations spread out from the pike and swept through the entire city. Those with weak willpower immediately fainted. Night King Chongfeng's expression changed. Was this a spiritual force attack? How could it be so strong? Furthermore, its range seemed to cover the entire city. In the sky, Ming Zhaoshu and Ming Zhaotian also felt the same thing and they looked down in shock. Lu Yin gripped the pike tightly and stabbed it out. The pike pierced through the void and pierced through the roaring Corpse King. The Corpse King was lifted up by the pike and roared in anger. Lu Yin frowned, as this thing did not have any intelligence, and its strength was completely dependent on the Corpse King's transformation. In other words, spiritual force attacks were not very useful against it. Fortunately, the pike had not only been upgraded to a spiritual force attack, but also to its own sharpness. The Corpse King gripped the pike so tightly that Lu Yin almost lost his grip, so he loosened his grip. The Corpse King pulled the pike out of its body and threw it into the sky before swiping at Lu Yin with its claws. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the secret art. The pike vanished, but when it reappeared, it was in Lu Yin's hand again. He stabbed out and the pike pierced right through the Corpse King's head. The Corpse King froze in place, and aside from the trembling of its fingers, it did not advance any further as its strength gradually disappeared. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, as the spear was indeed an ancient artifact. It had even managed to break through the Corpse King's defenses, which meant that the 20,000 star essence that he had spent on it had not been in vain. It should be known that the spear had been upgraded to the point where it could kill an enlighter, but it had only consumed 27,000 star essence, which was only half of the cost of the pike. Lu Yin pulled the pike back, and the Corpse King's head exploded with a bang. Its corpse fell to the ground and could no longer move. The metallic luster on its body had also dimmed. Lu Yin put the pike away and sighed in relief. On the other side, Night King Chongfeng, who was still clashing with Wu Shang, wanted to withdraw. His main goal was not the Neo-Human Alliance but rather Lu Yin. As long as he could kill Lu Yin, the Neo-Human Alliance could do whatever they wanted. At worst, he could invite the Enlighters from Iron Blood Weave to completely destroy Shenwu continent. After being forced back by Wu Shang's attack, Night King Chongfeng turned around and left. He wanted to find Sun Meiren and cooperate with her to kill Lu Yin. However, he did not see that the moment he turned around, Wu Shang's gray eyes had turned green. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. Night King Chongfeng had only taken a few steps when he felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and saw a pair of green eyes and a palm. He instinctively raised his hand to block. With his Night King's body, 7-lined battle force and jade skin, his strength had pushed him to the high position of 21st on the top 100 rankings. However, that palm had shattered his hand, and it had pierced through his abdomen. A bloody heart was still beating within the palm. Night King Chongfeng's mouth fell open, and he stared in despair at the green eyes that were only a few centimeters away from him. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. How was this possible? How could there be a monster in the Outerverse that could reach the second transformation? Even in the Innerverse, such a monster rarely appeared. Shouldn't these monsters be in the Neoverse? Shouldn't they be fighting against the Hall of Honor? Night King Chongfeng's vision darkened and his entire body turned cold. He could hear his own heartbeat, and from the corner of his eye he saw the pale faces of Hua Ying and the others. His thoughts gradually faded away. Chapter 613. Wu Shang crushed the heart and retracted his hand. He glanced in Lu Yin's direction with a hint of fear in his eyes before disappearing with a single leap, completely ignoring Hua Ying and the rest. When Sun Meiren saw Night King Chongfeng's corpse, she could not believe her eyes. Night King Chongfeng was not a weakling, and he was not someone who would fight to the death. Yet he had been killed and his abdomen had been pierced through. Even his heart was gone. She looked around in fear and heard the roars of many Corpse Kings. Her entire body turned cold. Outsider die. Li Zimo had appeared at some point, and just as Sun Meiren was panicking, he stabbed out with his sword. The attack was formless and soundless, and by the time Sun Meiren saw it, the blade had already pierced her neck. Sun Meiren stared blankly at Li Zimo, who had a cold expression on his face. She had never thought that she would die here. Li Zimo retracted his sword and rushed off in another direction. On the shattered ground of Mingdu, Lu Yin looked towards the northwest in shock. Night King Chongfeng and Sun Meiren had both died. Lu Yin had not seen how Night King Chongfeng had died, but Sun Meiren had been killed by Li Zimo in a single strike. This person was truly cold-blooded, as Sun Meiren was very beautiful. However, only such a person could have created the Silent Sword. Lu Yin had compared Li Zimo before, and Li Zimo's swordsmanship was inferior to Lu Xiaoqiu's because Lu Xiaoqiu had inherited the 13 swords and the wisdom of his predecessors. If the two were placed on the same level, then Li Zimo might not necessarily be weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu, and he might even be stronger. "Seventh bro, are we still fighting?" The monkey asked, eager to fight. Ever since he had become Lu Yin's tamed beast, he had not had many opportunities to fight. Lu Yin ignored him as Li Zimo was actually charging in his direction. Not long after the two met, Li Zimo had not expected to meet Lu Yin here, but he still remembered Lu Yin. In fact, he had a deep impression of him. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin had fought against two people and defeated both Li Zimo and Zhanlong Dainite at the same time. After that, Lu Yin had killed the top ranker on the list of tempering. How could Li Zimo forget him? It's been 2 years. Why haven't you broken through to the martial emperor realm? Lu Yin was puzzled. Li Zimo's eyes were cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword and stabbed out. This sword was much faster than it had been 2 years ago, and there was a faint feeling that it could ignore space. Moreover, the sharpness was restrained, making it difficult for others to determine its depth. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Li Zimo's swordsmanship was superb, but it was a pity that he had run into Lu Yin. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing the sword to break with a clang. Lu Yin grabbed the broken sword and casually slashed at it, but Li Zimo dodged and retreated 100 meters, staring at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin sneered and casually tossed the broken blade towards Li Zimo. Li Zimo raised his sword to block the attack, and the blade sank into the ground with a crisp sound. You're not my opponent right now. You should train a little more. Lu Yin then leaped out. Within his domain he could see that Big Beard was in danger as he had encountered Ming Zhaochen. Of Li left. Li Zimo didn't chase after Lu Yin as there was no need to. He couldn't beat Lu Yin and chasing after him would just be courting death. But why had Lu Yin let him go? Lu Yin didn't know why he had let Li Zimo go, but he felt that it would be a pity to kill him now. He wanted to know if this person would be able to compete with Lu Xiaoqiu if he entered the universe and saw more exceptional sword techniques. Lu Xiaoqiu must be looking forward to it as well. A crack extended across the sky. Ming Zhaotian panted heavily as he glanced at the capital in dissatisfaction. Then he closed his eyes. Everything was over. The Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings had been mostly wiped out. There were too many experts from the outside, and with the addition of that person in universal armor he had lost. Ming Zhaoshu looked down with a complicated expression. If possible he didn't want to destroy Mingdu. It was the symbol of the Shenwu Empire, but he had no other choice. Brother, do you still want to resist? The outsiders have a strong desire to kill those monsters. If you hadn't cooperated with them, then they wouldn't have attacked Mingdu with me. They'd rather watch us fight amongst ourselves, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. To the Dainite clan, Ming Zhaoshu could either unify Shenwu continent and open it up to the outside world, or he could let them fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, even if they helped Ming Zhaoshu unify Shenwu continent, it would only benefit Ming Zhaoshu. If the Neo-Human Alliance hadn't been exposed, then Lu Yin wouldn't have had any reason to let these people attack Mingdu. Ming Zhaotian might have been able to defeat Ming Zhaoshu if he had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance and quelled the rebellion, but he would have been digging his own grave. Ming Zhaon looked up and laughed bitterly. It's too late to say anything. You're right. Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. Ever since Ming Taizhong tore open the void, the outcome has been decided. No one can change it. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Zhaotian, but he didn't say anything. Brother, you've been patiently waiting for this day for so many years. The Crown Prince has mentioned to me many times that he wants to completely eliminate you. Unfortunately, I didn't act on account of our brotherhood, which led to today's defeat. Ming Zhaotian mocked himself. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to say, brother? No matter how we fight, it's still an internal matter of the empire. Shenwu continent will ultimately be under the control of the Ming family, Ming Zhaotan said before coughing violently. He had been severely injured by Wen Sanxi, and every time he was about to recover, Ming Zhaoshu would delay his recovery. As a result, his injuries hadn't healed even after 2 years. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Ming Zhaoshu at his peak. Shenwu continent will definitely be under the control of the Ming family. Don't worry, brother, Ming Zhaoshu said loudly. Ming Zhaodan stared at Ming Zhaoshu seriously. I can pass the throne to you, but you have to agree to a few conditions. You don't have the right to negotiate. More than half of the Shenwu Empire is still under my control. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to justify your actions. How many continents will willingly submit to you? How many people will betray you and the entire Shenwu continent will curse you? Is that what you want? Ming Zhaotian shouted. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered and he looked down at the shattered capital below. He muttered to himself, what conditions? Ming Zhaoan let out a long breath. I want you to let Ming Hao live. Let him fend for himself in the universe. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes widened. No, I can let your other children live but not Ming Hao. This is my only condition. With your strength, do you still need to fear Ming Hao? You and I both understand the universe and there are too many people with Ming Hao's strength. He won't be able to affect you at all. Furthermore, you're working with a powerful clan from the universe. Ming Zhaoshu frowned and thought for a while. When another large crack appeared in the capital, he made a decision. All right, I can let Ming Hao leave the Shenwu continent alive, but if he dares to oppose me again, I will kill him without hesitation. Ming Zhaoan heaved a sigh of relief and looked sorrowfully at the wailing capital. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. Everyone in the empire heed my command. Destroy the monsters and gather in the palace. I will abdicate. Everyone in the capital heard Ming Zhaotian's words and looked up in shock. Abdicate? Outside the palace, Ming Hao's body trembled and he almost fainted. He stared at the sky in disbelief. Ming Zhaotian weakly let go of his sword and it fell to the ground. Across from him, Lu Yin looked up. It was over. Li Zimo calmly looked up at the sky. He had long since expected this day to come. The Shenwu continent would not be able to defeat the outsiders. Within the capital, the empire's Minister of War, Bei Hong, Minister of Finance, Ming Zhaokai, and the rest were all bitter. They had still lost. They had predicted that this day would come, but they had not expected it to come so quickly or so suddenly. Because of Ming Zhaotian's orders, everyone in the capital attacked the corpse king instead of killing each other. Far away from the capital, Wu Shang's eyes were cold as he took out a very thin stone tablet and recorded something down. At the top of the tablet were the words, experimental data. Lu Yin walked towards the palace step by step. Along the way he saw many corpses, most of which belonged to ordinary people. These people had been affected and a single attack could kill dozens or even hundreds of people. Lu Yin did not feel guilty as he had to do this to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. He had already minimized his losses. Otherwise, if the Neo-Human Alliance had captured them one by one for experiments, they would have died even more miserably. It could only be said that their survival depended on luck. The capital had already been destroyed. Giant cracks covered the entire city like a spider web, and deep pits constantly appeared with water gushing out of them. The soldiers numbly tried to rescue the injured and the cultivators were speechless. The capital was strangely silent, and only the occasional cry could be heard. Brother Lu. Big Beard caught up to Lu Yin. He had been suppressed by Ming Zhaotian and had almost been killed, but Lu Yin had saved him. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me, Big Beard said gratefully. Lu Yin replied, if you have the strength, go save those ordinary people. Big Beard grunted in acknowledgement. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Na Mu, who looked familiar. I'm one of Astral 5's area masters and I participated in the Astral Combat Tournament. I'm also a disciple of the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin nodded and walked past Na Mu, heading towards the palace. Na Mu looked at Lu Yin's back and felt that he was very far away. This person had clearly been much weaker than him when he had first entered the Astral Combat Academy, and he had even been suppressed by the Blaze Realm. But now Na Mu could only look up to Lu Yin. There was an insurmountable gap between them and it had only been a few years. An hour later, the zombies and corpse kings that had surged out of the ground had all been cleared out, and more people gathered at the palace. Ming Zhaotian, Ming Zhaokai, Bei Hong, Hua Ying, Li Zimo and the rest all went to the palace. Ming Zhaotian was about to abdicate and most people wanted to witness this scene. Lu Yin also entered the palace and stood not too far away from Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaotian. He had long since predicted that this would happen, as this was one of his goals for coming to the Shenwu continent. Although it had been a little complicated, he had still managed to accomplish it. 2 years ago he had been like a rat on the streets of the Shenwu continent. He had avoided the Ming constables, the Reverend King's household and even the Demon Hunters Society. But now he was above everyone and Ming Zhaotian's abdication was directly related to him. This feeling of being in control of everything felt great. Crown Prince Ming Hao stood to the right of Ming Zhaotian, and his expression was one of grief, helplessness and despair. Ming Zhaoshu's expression was calm, And no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. The mandate of heaven is not constant and only virtue can be found. The Xinwu tomb is late and the world has lost its order. The 5 destinies have all been shaken. I King Xinwu Mingzhaoan feel the blessings of the heavens and take the throne. The enormous palace was silent and only Ming Zhaotian's voice echoed. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers tip, 3rd update. Thank you. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, 4th update. Thank you. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 6:14. Everyone listened to Ming Zhaotian's abdication edict. Some lowered their heads, some watched and some wept. A new emperor had his own ministers. Ming Zhaotian's abdication would not only be accompanied by himself, but also by the countless people who had followed him. However, Ming Zhaotian had no control over their lives. From this day forth I will abdicate my position as Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. The Xinwu Empire will obey the will of the heavens. As Ming Zhaotian finished speaking, a portion of the people in the palace knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Zhaoshu stepped forward and stood side by side with Ming Zhaotian. He excitedly looked down and swept his gaze across everyone. More and more people knelt down to pay their respects. Finally, aside from the foreigners, everyone else knelt down. Even Ming Hao went down on one knee. Outside the palace, countless voices rang out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Zhaoshu had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He was good at enduring, but there was a price to pay. The more he endured and the deeper he endured, the more intense the eruption would be. Even with his silent manner, he could not help but howl at the sky. He had not expected things to go so smoothly. If Ming Zhaotian had refused to surrender, then even if he had killed everyone, Ming Zhaotian would have been caught in the flames of war for a long time. From now on, Xinwu continent would belong to him. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Was he excited? He had waited and endured for so many years. Even the 4 martial sovereigns guarding the capital had been his people. At that time, Lu Yin had only been a martial emperor. Although Xinwu continent was just a small continent, Lu Yin could see Ming Zhaoshu's talent. Lu Yin had relied on the glory and luck of his predecessors to control the Great Yu Empire, but Ming Zhaoshu had relied on his own abilities to steal the power of an empire. If someone like him was given a stage, he would be able to do things that would shock the world. Lu Yin stared at Ming Zhaoshu and looked into his eyes. Was Xinwu continent his final destination? Perhaps it was now, but in the future he would eventually come into contact with the universe. When that time came, what would his goal be? Greater ambitions and a more far-reaching plan. Lu Yin told himself that he could not give this person a stage to display his abilities. I have already abdicated. I hope that you will not go back on your word, Ming Zhaoan whispered to Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Hao, who was still half kneeling on the ground. Don't worry, brother. I will ensure that he leaves Xinwu continent safely. Ming Zhaoan smiled bitterly and he looked at the sky with reluctance. The sky of Xinwu continent was very beautiful, and even though the 5 ceiling planets were protecting it, it still did not belong to him. Don't save that person. Wait until you truly control Xinwu continent before cooperating with the outsiders. It's still too early and he's not someone you can control. Ming Zhaoshu was puzzled by this inexplicable sentence. The next moment, the palace shook and the ground beneath Lu Yin's feet cracked open. Stone pillars rose up, and a layer of solidified energy isolated him from the outside world. The 5 stone pillars emitted a blinding light. Even Lu Yin couldn't react to the sudden turn of events, let alone the others. Ming Zhaoshu hurriedly rose into the air and stared at Ming Zhaotian. He shouted, "Brother, what are you doing?" Ming Zhaotian looked at Ming Zhaoshu with a complicated expression. Before you completely integrate the empire, don't let any uncontrollable power appear. That person's strength surpasses yours and mine, so he cannot be left alive. Wait until you truly control the empire before cooperating with the outsiders. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered. I, Ming Zhaotian, have protected Xinwu continent for my entire life. Let me die a worthy death, ha! Ming Zhaotian then charged into the sky and into the 5 ceiling planets. Your Majesty! Countless people cried out in grief. Ming Hao clenched his fists and his eyes widened. He could not say anything as Ming Zhaotian was simply courting death. Ming Zhaoshu looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. There was reluctance, nostalgia and determination. Ming Zhaotian would never appear again. His corpse would remain on the 5 sealing planets until it completely rotted away. Ming Hao knelt down and kowtowed several times. The blinding light isolated Lu Yin from the rest of the crowd. They could only see that Lu Yin was sealed, but they could not see what was inside. Of course, Lu Yin could not see what was outside either. Lu Yin looked around. This seal was similar to the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Many people had been trapped by this seal and he had been the one to save them. This time, however, this seal was clearly much stronger than the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Why had Ming Zhaotian trapped him here? He could not figure it out. After putting on his universal armor, Lu Yin raised a hand to test the waters. A heavy force brushed past him and pushed his hand back. Lu Yin was shocked as it was actually a formless killing intent. Did that mean that the 5 stone pillars were source boxes? He had previously guessed that there were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and he had even speculated that the 5 sealing planets might be source boxes as well. Now it seemed that it was not impossible. The number of source boxes on Shenwu continent was a little strange and they were all grouped together to form an array. This was definitely not Ming Zhaotian's method as they did not have the ability to do so. This was the method of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It seemed that there were still many unsolved mysteries on Shenwu continent, but the most important thing right now was to leave. Back in Ironblood Weave, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to unravel the killing intent of these source boxes, so he could only force his way through. There was a loud boom and Lu Yin was pushed back by an enormous force. What a powerful force. Furthermore, there was a mark on his universal armor. This was something that could withstand the attacks of an old freak with a power level of 300,000, but it had actually been damaged. This was inconceivable. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in Shenwu continent. The 5 sealing planets could withstand the attacks of enlighters, and based on the number of rune lines, they could even withstand the attacks of old freaks with power levels of 300,000. The palace also had such a seal, but it was clearly much smaller than the 5 sealing planets. Then Lu Yin looked up. Could it be that the true strength of the 5 sealing planets had not been fully developed yet? Was 300,000 combat power the limit? Could it withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000? Or perhaps even 500,000? If that was the case, then there was another problem. When Xianxia had previously destroyed the 5 sealing planets, so how had he done it? Lu Yin did not believe that when Xianxia could display an attack with a power level of 300,000. No matter how much of a genius he was still young. This was no longer a matter of talent but rather a matter of time. When Xianxia definitely could not reach that level of power level, so how had he destroyed the 5 sealing planets? Forget it, there was no point in thinking about that now. He had to think of a way to get out first. Actually, he could use his universal armor to force his way out, but he wanted to see if he could unlock the source box. This was an opportunity for him. Unlocking the source boxes in Ironblood Weave was much more troublesome than this, and he wanted to use this opportunity to try it out. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. Although his universal armor had been damaged, it was still sturdy. Within the palace, Ming Zhaoshu issued more than 10 orders in a row to disperse the crowd. He walked over to the seal and looked at the blinding light. He had not known that the palace had such a seal. He was well aware of Lu Yin's strength, but he had been sealed just like that. If Ming Zhaotian had attacked him instead of Lu Yin, then he would have been sealed as well. Unfortunately, he was not on Lu Yin's side, or else Ming Zhaotian might have done the same. Little Seven, can you hear me? Ming Zhaoshu asked. Lu Yin did not answer. Ming Zhaoshu stared at the seal. Not too far away, Big Beard, Namu and the rest stepped forward. Your Majesty, no, Your Majesty, since Ming Zhaotian can open the seal, then he must have a way to close it. Please save Brother Lu, Your Majesty. Ming Zhaoshu was helpless. I don't know how to close it either. How about this, I'll go check the palace's records. I hope that brother did not destroy any information regarding the seal or else. He remembered Ming Zhaotian's words. Ming Zhaotian had sealed Lu Yin in hopes that Ming Zhaoshu would not be restricted before he took complete control of the Shenwu Empire. However, Ming Zhaoshu believed that Lu Yin would not interfere with the Shenwu continent, as the continent was too small for the current Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin and Ming Yan still had feelings for each other. Ming Xiaoxu hoped to board Lu Yin's ship so that he could protect himself in the universe, and he also wanted to save Lu Yin. However, thinking was one thing and whether or not he could actually do it was another. "Let's try attacking from the outside," Big Beard suggested. He then raised a hand to attack the seal. There was a thump and his body was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing into a corner of the palace ruins. Ming Xiaoxu shook his head. "Brother is very reliable. Since the seal has been opened, it won't be that easy to remove it. I'll go look through the palace's records and hope that little Seven can come out on his own." "Isn't Ming Hao still here?" "Ask him," Nama said. Ming Xiaoxu laughed and shook his head. "He can't possibly know. I know my brother's character very well, and there are some things that he would not tell even his own son. How will you know if you don't ask?" Big Beard grinned as he walked over from afar, still clutching his waist. Ming Xiaoxu thought about it. "Right, I'll go ask." The palace had already been reduced to ruins, and Ming Xiaoxu gave the order to temporarily move the administrative center to Shanghai City. They would only return after Mingdu had been repaired. Ming Hao was currently in the palace, looking at the throne with a calm expression. Ming Xiaoxu walked over and Ming Hao turned around with a smile. "Your Majesty, you've gotten what you wanted. You've been targeting me for so many years. What are your thoughts now?" Ming Xiaoxu looked at Ming Hao with a cold gaze. Ming Hao felt bitter and he looked at the throne once more. "That's a title you'll use even in your dreams." Ming Xiaoxu frowned and his gaze turned cold. "Tell me, how do you plan on removing the seal? You should know my father well. There are some things that he won't even tell me," Ming Hao said. Ming Xiaoxu did not have much hope in the first place. "Your Majesty, do you know what I hate the most right now?" Ming Hao stared at Ming Xiaoxu once more and his gaze turned vicious. "I hate that I didn't kill you back then. I hate my father's indecisiveness and I hate your forbearance." Ming Xiaoxu's eyes narrowed. "The winner takes all. There's no need to say anything more. I promised my brother that I would send you safely into the universe." My father might believe those words but I don't. What kind of person are you, Ming Xiaoxu? You look gentle and refined on the surface but you're actually ruthless on the inside. You're good at forbearance and you plan before you act. You won't let go of a single opportunity and you won't give your enemy any chance to retaliate. You let me go? What a joke. Ming Hao laughed maniacally. Ming Xiaoxu's eyes flashed coldly but he did not say anything. "My father is too soft-hearted. I've reminded him many times, but he just didn't want you to be in power. He put you right in front of Mingdu and he refused to kill you no matter what. You're also very smart. You actually suppressed your cultivation level and remained at the martial emperor realm until my father was heavily injured. You broke through." Ming Hao was defeated. Not long after, Ming Xiaoxu walked out of the palace and announced that the former crown prince Ming Hao had gone missing. He also issued a warrant for his arrest throughout the continent, and his orders were filled with benevolence. "Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers Reward 4th Update. Thank you for your support." Chapter 6:15. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed and Lu Yin was still trapped. Ming Xiaoxu had gathered many people to search the palace for a way to remove the seal, but he had not been able to find anything. He could not accompany Lu Yin, so he had left 3 days ago. There were many things that needed to be taken care of, such as military affairs, agriculture, industry and so on. Above his head, the 5 sealing planets were still being attacked from time to time. Even though he was the one who had contacted the space station to attack the 5 sealing planets, Ming Xiaoxu knew that the space station's attacks were real. They really wanted to break through the seal and drag Shenwu continent out. However, this was just wishful thinking and Ming Xiaoxu was very confident. Over the past few days, Ming Xiaoxu had encountered 7 assassination attempts. Without exception, all of them had come from Ming Xiaotian's remnants or from cultivators who did not want to cooperate with the outsiders. Even sect remnants had participated. 99% of the people on Shenwu continent did not want to cooperate with the outsiders, as their enmity with the universe was too deep. In their eyes, Ming Xiaoxu was a traitor. However, it was impossible to assassinate Ming Xiaoxu. His domain was enough to envelop the surrounding void, and not a single clue could escape his detection. Ming Yan quickly learned of everything that had happened. Her identity had changed and she was now the princess of Shenwu continent. However, she was most worried about Lu Yin. If not for Ming Zhaoxu's people watching over her, she might have left for Mingdu. 7 days had passed and Lu Yin had tried to unlock the source box multiple times, but he still had no clue. He had tried to unlock a single pillar, but he had been enveloped by the entire source box's murderous aura. Although he could see the murderous aura, it was impossible for him to avoid it and unlock the source box at the same time. He was not even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was delusional to think that he could unlock something that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could do. Moreover, he might not even be able to understand the combination of array formations. Forget it, I'll just leave. I'll spend a few years studying each array formation, and I won't be able to understand it at all, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He covered his head with both hands and charged out. There was a thump and the force of the rebound forced him back once again. However, he did not resist and instead used the force to charge to the other side, only to be forced back again. This repeated over and over again. He was like a rubber ball that was constantly being slapped. But every time he was slapped, the rebound force he could borrow became stronger and stronger. Finally, he used the rebound force to smash out of the seal. Under the strange gazes of the big bearded man and the others, he crashed into the ruins of the imperial palace. His waist and back ached. This was the only thing that Lu Yin could feel. His universal armor had blocked the power of the sourcebox's killing intent, but the recoil still passed through the armor and slammed into his body. Even though it did not cause him much damage, it still made him feel as if he had been beaten up. This was especially true for his brain, which made him feel groggy. He had lost count of how many times he had been struck by the recoil. Big Beard and the others hurried over to help him up. Lu Yin put away his armor and stretched his arms. Finally out. The bearded man looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Brother Lu, you were even able to come out of that. Amazing. That's right, Brother Lu. We've seen the power of that seal. It's too terrifying. Brother Lu, you're the best. Yes, Brother Lu is the best. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you guys here? Of course we're waiting for Brother Lu to come out. Since we came together, we should return together, Big Beard said righteously. Lu Yin raised his brows as he had not expected this guy's attitude to change so quickly. His rough exterior hid a meticulous heart, and he was not a simple-minded person. Brother Lu, Night King Chongfeng, Beauty Sun and the others are dead. About 15 of us have died, someone said. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. Dying in battle with the Neo-Human Alliance is an honor. Since they were already dead, he did not mind praising them. Yes, it's an honor. The others quickly agreed. They had once followed Night King Chongfeng, but now they were following Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around. Where's the Reverend King? He left. What an ingrate. Brother Lu helped him deal with Mingdu, but he didn't even wait for Brother Lu to come out. Big Beard was displeased. Lu Yin waved a hand. Right, let's go. I'm going back to Shanghai City. Let's go together, Brother Lu. We're going back as well. Yeah, we're leaving as well. Lu Yin was speechless, as he had actually planned to explore the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be delayed for a while. You guys go on ahead. The group looked at each other and then they bid farewell to Lu Yin and left. The greatest secret of Shenwu continent was the 5 sealing planets, and it was very likely that the secret of the 5 sealing planets was hidden at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. There were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and all of them might be related to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin avoided the crowd and headed straight for the Tower of Resonating Light. The Tower of Resonating Light had been sealed off by a martial sovereign, but no one would be able to detect Lu Yin if he wanted to enter. Lu Yin enveloped the area with his domain and arrived at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The Neo-Human Alliance's experimental equipment and wreckage had all been cleaned up here, but Lu Yin could not find the entrance to the underground. Ming Zhaoxu had said that there was a large space underground, but he could not enter it. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment, and as a precaution he put on his universal armor and punched downwards. The entire Tower of Resonating Light shook, alerting all of the guards. The martial sovereign immediately rushed in. When the martial sovereign saw that it was Lu Yin, he hesitated. He had seen Lu Yin beside Ming Zhaoxu before, and more importantly he had seen Lu Yin fight with a monster in the sky. The martial sovereign could not forget that terrifying shockwave even now. Brother, the Tower of Resonating Light has been sealed off. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. I'm an exception. You can report to the Reverend King that Lu Yin has entered the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin said. The martial sovereign thought about it for a moment, but he had no choice but to leave. He knew that he was not Lu Yin's opponent, so he could only report to Ming Zhaoshu. Lu Yin stared at the ground and frowned. That punch of his had not been weak. Although it had pierced through the ground, it had been blocked 100 meters below. Felt like a seal. Lu Yin felt numb. How could there be so many seals on the Shenwu continent? It was as if there were layers of seals on top of each other. Speaking of which, could the Shenwu continent itself have been sealed? In reality, it was not a parallel space but had been sealed. Ming Taizheng had coincidentally unlocked the seal, allowing the Shenwu continent to appear. It was not impossible. Lu Yin punched out again, but the results were the same. This seal was similar to the one that had trapped the trial takers 2 years ago, but its strength was completely different. Lu Yin felt that this seal was not any weaker than the one that had sealed him in the Imperial Palace. It was no wonder why Ming Zhaoshu had not been able to enter. Lu Yin circled around the lowest layer and punched a few times every so often, but he was still met with the same seal. The space within the seal was very large and it was circular in shape. What exactly was inside that space? Lu Yin was very curious. Jupiter had prevented him from entering, and this layer of space on the Shenwu continent had also prevented him from entering. It was still too weak. Not long after, Lu Yin left Mingdu and headed towards Shanghai City. A few days later, Ming Zhaoshu ascended to the throne in Shanghai City and inherited the title of King Shenwu. He also announced that he was joining the Great Eastern Alliance. This was the first power that Lu Yin had joined since he had first thought of forming an alliance, and it was not weak either. This was also one of the reasons why he had come to the Shenwu continent. He had already achieved his goal, so there was no need for him to stay on the Shenwu continent any longer. Over the past few days he had spent most of his time with Ming Yan, hoping to find some sense of familiarity. Although the two of them still had feelings for each other, there was an invisible barrier separating them. Lu Yin did not know how to break through it, and neither did Ming Yan. When it came to relationships, they were a complete blank. The unfamiliarity that time had brought would have to be made up for with time. Lu Yin and Ming Zhaoshu discussed the matter, and Ming Zhaoshu decided to send Ming Yan as the Shenwu continent's diplomatic envoy. She would be stationed on the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu Star and participate in all matters related to the Great Eastern Alliance. Ming Yan did not object. Lu Yin was delighted, and he decided to immediately return to the Great Yu Empire and send someone to formally draft the alliance agreement. As long as the agreement took effect, Ming Yan would come to the Great Yu Empire. He shamelessly arranged for the Shenwu continent's diplomatic envoy to stay in King Zishan's palace, which left Ming Zhaoshu speechless. In fact, if not for the fact that Ming Zhaoshu had just ascended to the throne and his status had changed, Lu Yin would have already taken Ming Yan away. Big Beard and the others stayed behind to act as the contact point between the Shenwu continent and the universe. Lu Yin looked back at the Shenwu continent, not knowing when he would return. The Great Yu Empire would definitely send someone to contact Ming Zhaoshu as soon as possible, but the details of the alliance agreement had not been confirmed yet. This was a complicated mission that would determine whether or not the other weaves in the universe would be able to successfully join the alliance. Although he was anxious, he could not be careless and he could only wait. Fortunately, it would not take long. Although the Shenwu Empire was not weak, it was special. The other weaves were different and they would need to use different methods to deal with different powers. Brute force could not solve everything as humans were hot-blooded. Welcome back, Student Lu. Madame Mylan smiled at Lu Yin. The blind monk walked behind Lu Yin and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked back at the 5 ceiling planets and then back at Madame Mylan. It's been hard on you, madam. You're too kind, Student Lu. It hasn't even been a month since you left for the Shenwu continent, but you've already decided the situation there. Your methods are amazing, Madame Mylan praised. Lu Yin shrugged. I just happened to run into a corpse king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to enter Mingdu. I have to thank the trial takers. Right, there's also that Erker. He's quite pitiful, so please take care of him. Madame Mylan smiled and agreed. Madam, the Xinwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance led by the Great Yu Empire. Your Day-Night clan won't be of much use here. Of course, I'm not chasing you away, I'm just reminding you, Lu Yin said. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Day-Night clan still had a lot of power left in the Outerverse. He did not wish for the Day-Night clan to interfere with the Xinwu Empire. Madame Mylan replied, "We're staying here because of Night Queen Chuyu's orders. We can't leave without permission." Lu Yin nodded and chatted with Madame Mylan for a bit before leaving with the blind monk. Madame Mylan was deep in thought, and there was an incomprehensible look of anticipation in her eyes. The Great Eastern Alliance? Did anything happen at the space station while I was in the Xinwu continent? Lu Yin asked when they arrived at the cabin where the spacecraft was parked. The blind monk replied, "No." Lu Yin grunted and then boarded the spacecraft with the blind monk, heading towards the Great Yu Empire. Chapter 616. After leaving the Great Yu Empire for less than a month, the first thing Lu Yin did upon returning to King Zishan's palace was to summon Enya. "Your Highness, this is the alliance agreement and a simple alliance plan. We've already sent people to carry out the first step, and we've already contacted a few people through our private channels. Everything is going smoothly," Enya replied. Lu Yin looked at the battle plan and alliance agreement that Enya had handed over. "I'm not very good at this, so I'll leave it to you. The Xinwu continent has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so send someone to bring the alliance agreement over. Remember, it must be done as quickly as possible." He wanted Ming Yan to come to the Great Yu Empire as soon as possible. "Yes, Your Highness," Enya replied. Ever since Undying Yushan's death, Lu Yin had changed the Great Yu Empire's imperial court to be hosted by the imperial cabinet, which rotated every once in a while. This was no longer called an imperial court meeting, but rather a discussion that would only be held when Lu Yin returned. However, many things in the Great Yu Empire were already on track, such as the cooperation with the Nalan family, the establishment of the alliance, the recruitment of soldiers, and so on. Many things were proceeding in an orderly manner, and Lu Yin did not need to worry too much about them. He flipped through his cosmic ring out of boredom and saw something. During the final battle at Season's Fort, which was also the battle when Lu Yin had just broken through to the Explorer realm, he had rolled his die to cultivate the Yu secret art in order to resist the invasion of the astral beasts. Before that, he had rolled a point and obtained a yellow prayer mat. At that time, he had faintly heard chanting, and his body had almost been drawn over. At that time, he had been certain that the yellow prayer mat was not simple, but he had not had the time to study it and had gradually forgotten about it. Now was the perfect time to study it. He took out the prayer mat and immediately, Lu Yin heard chanting again. This time it was not a single person, but rather a scene where countless people were chanting. "This should be a prayer mat," the monkey said uncertainly. Lu Yin was also uncertain. "It looks like it. Try sitting on it. Prayer mats are meant to be sat on," the monkey said. He had also heard the chanting and was somewhat curious. Lu Yin put down the prayer mat and sat down. Suddenly, a dim golden light appeared and revolved around his body. The chanting grew louder and louder, and then the void suddenly distorted. Lu Yin disappeared along with the prayer mat, while the rest of King Zishan's palace remained unchanged. Lu Yin had experienced the die's times top space as well as the die's 6 pips into a mysterious space, so he had a certain level of tolerance for such sudden changes. Even so, he was still stunned when he saw his surroundings. Where was this place? It was a huge square with blue skies and white clouds. It looked very beautiful and the air was very fresh. However, it was a pity that this place was in ruins. The ground was shattered into countless pieces and the ground was soaked with blood. Not far away there were white skeletons. It was not just one but many. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of ruin. Lu Yin released his domain and the area it covered grew larger and larger. However, everything that he saw was the same as what he was currently seeing. The ground was shattered and there were bloodstains that had stained the ground black for who knew how many years. There were also countless skeletons as well as some weapons that would melt away with a single touch. This was an ancient land similar to the one in the centipede's body. He stood up and looked at the prayer mat. It was still glowing with a golden light and it seemed to have a faint connection with him. After some thought, he put it away and walked across the shattered ground. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked and small cracks spread out, crushing a skeleton not far away. "Seventh bro, where are you now?" the monkey cried out. "I don't know," Lu Yin replied. "Seventh bro, why do you always appear in strange places?" the monkey wailed. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at a sword next to the shattered skeleton. There were words engraved on it. "Monkey, take a look at what those words are." The monkey took a look and was puzzled. "I don't recognize them, but they look familiar. Why are they written so similar to the words in the centipede's body?" "Are you saying that they're from the same time period?" Lu Yin asked. "I don't know. The evolution of words is sometimes fast but sometimes it's slow. It depends on how the culture develops. There were no living people in his domain, and aside from some plants, there weren't even any animals." Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, but he couldn't see anything. This was the first time since his eyes had mutated. Lu Yin could only walk towards the towering mountain peak in the distance. It was the only landmark in this area, and if there were any living people they would probably go there as well. "Seventh bro, let's go back," the monkey said. "Let's take a look first," Lu Yin said. He had come here on a prayer mat, so he should use it to return as well. It was too strange that a prayer mat had allowed him to appear in this space. After some time, Lu Yin carefully arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw two giant stone pillars. There was a sign in the middle of the pillars with 3 words engraved on it: "Gate, Mountain Gate." He stepped through the gate and was greeted by a winding forest path. It was the same as the plaza from before, but many places had been shattered and there were even bones scattered around. This was a sect that had been destroyed countless years ago. That was Lu Yin's conclusion. "Seventh bro, let's go. Is this place haunted?" the monkey cried out. "I'll block you out if you talk any more nonsense. You won't even know how you died," Lu Yin said impatiently. The monkey shut up. After walking along the forest path for about 10 minutes, Lu Yin suddenly stopped. He heard a strange sound that sounded like metal scraping against each other. Lu Yin abruptly turned to his right and saw a giant shadow appear in the forest. It pushed aside the trees and appeared in front of him. "What's this? A metal puppet?" Lu Yin was shocked. What appeared in front of him was a humanoid puppet made entirely of metal. It was about 3 meters tall and had human eyes, ears, mouth and nose but no eyeballs. Its metal body reflected light under the sunlight. There was a whoosh and the metal puppet swatted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged, but a strong gust of wind hit him, causing his breathing to stagnate. The metal puppet was bloated, but it was very fast. It swatted at Lu Yin again, but Lu Yin dodged it once more. He kicked out at the puppet's abdomen, but it was blocked by the puppet's arm. There was a thump and Lu Yin was forced back several steps. He looked up in shock. The puppet's strength was extraordinary. "Seventh bro, you were forced back?" The monkey was shocked. He understood Lu Yin's physical strength very well, and it was on a completely abnormal level. This metal puppet was not a hunter and was about the same as an explorer, but it had actually been able to force Lu Yin back with brute strength. Lu Yin clenched his fists and moved his shoulders, his expression turning serious. The metal puppet did not give Lu Yin any time to react. It swatted at him with a palm that blocked out the sunlight. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, but Lu Yin easily dodged it. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that the puppet's speed had changed. It was several times faster than before and it swatted at him again. Lu Yin dodged it once more. In this space, filling his eyes with star energy was useless, and he would need to use a lock-breaking tool if he wanted to use the secret sidestep technique. However, he did not need to use it yet as his speed was enough to deal with it. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to counterattack, as he wanted to test out the puppet's strength and speed. Gradually he began to feel more confident. This metal puppet was extraordinarily strong, sturdy and fast. It could also detect Lu Yin's weaknesses based on his dodging movements. It seemed to have no intelligence, but it had a very strange instinct. It was clearly just a puppet. There was a thump, and Lu Yin took advantage of the gap in the puppet's attack to land a punch on the puppet's head. This was his strongest punch without removing his fates, and it caused the puppet's head to tilt to the side. Lu Yin stared at the puppet in shock. He had originally wanted to send the puppet's head flying, as this was his strongest punch in his normal state. After becoming an explorer, there were not many people in the same realm in the entire universe who could withstand this punch. The power of this punch was enough to destroy a powerhouse ranked around 50 on the top 100 rankings, but it had not been able to deal with this puppet. The puppet's head moved and quickly turned back to its original position. It then swatted at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin frowned and leaped up. He raised his hand and appeared in front of the puppet's head. 50-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and this time the metal puppet's head was sent flying. There was another thump as the metal puppet fell to the ground. Lu Yin stepped forward and touched the metal shell. It was very sturdy, and even with his current strength he could not crush it. He looked up and wondered what kind of sect could create such a puppet. This should be a sect's entrance. Could it be that this puppet was used to test those who wanted to become a disciple? If that was the case, then that would be abnormal. No one below the explorer realm could deal with such a puppet. Even Mu Rong, who was a Limiter, would have trouble dealing with such a puppet. What kind of sect would use such a puppet to test their disciples? There was a strange sound as more metal puppets appeared in the forest. This time there was not one but 3. Lu Yin's expression changed and he leaped up. He did not have the energy to fight these metal puppets, and who knew how many more there were. Although the metal puppets were fast, they could not catch up to Lu Yin. After Lu Yin left, they gradually disappeared into the forest. Huang San felt that he was very unlucky. Xiaojing had come here and he had chased her all the way here. They had clearly arrived at about the same time, but he had been just a step too late, and the distance between them had widened to the point where he could not even see Xiaojing's shadow. Most importantly, he had been surrounded by 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. Heavens! 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. If they had surrounded him, then so be it. At worst he could just retreat. However, when he looked down, he saw that there were 2 more First Divine Gate Guardians roaming around 100 meters away. He had the urge to vomit blood. How had so many First Divine Gate Guardians suddenly appeared? Hadn't it been said that most of these things had been wiped out during that battle? Could it be that he had run into all of the remaining ones? His family had gone to great lengths to exchange for a futon, so he could not die here. He still had to marry Xiaojing. There was a thump and Huang San dodged with a startled cry. The metal puppet had smashed a deep hole into the small path in the forest. Behind him he felt a chill and his hair stood on end. He instinctively crouched down and a giant metal arm swept past his head. The wind from the attack almost tore his pants off. Huang San sorrowfully pulled up his pants and scrambled down the mountain. He quickly ran into the 2 metal puppets that were roaming around, and there were 5 more behind them. Huang San wanted to cry. He was just a puny explorer and he was very pure. He had never killed anyone before, so why were they all targeting him? Chapter 6:17. Several giant metal arms blocked out the sun as they smashed down on Huang San's head. Huang San's mouth fell open. It was over. Just as the arms were about to crush him, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Bang! 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 4 loud bangs rang out, and Huang San watched in shock as 4 metal puppets were sent flying away like sandbags. He then felt something tighten around his neck as he was picked up by someone. The scene in front of him kept retreating, and the metal puppets soon disappeared without a trace. Huang San panted heavily, and only then did he have time to look around. He saw the person who had saved him, a man who was about his age. Bro, thank you for saving my life. Huang San will never forget this. Huang San gasped for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. He even pulled up his pants. Lu Yin looked at the fatty who was lying on the ground without any strength. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. What is your name, bro? If you can easily defeat the First Divine Gate Guardians, then I'm sure you're not a nobody. I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn realm, the fatty said politely as he struggled to get up. Lu Yin just looked at him, but he still didn't say anything. He didn't understand what was going on, so he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. The fatty blinked. Bro, I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn realm. Lu Yin still didn't say anything and he just looked up. The fatty waved his hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes, attracting his attention. Bro, I'm Huang San. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Huang San was speechless. Bro, are you a mute? Lu Yin remained calm. Huang San's face turned bitter. I can't be that unlucky. I finally met an expert, but he's a mute. How sad. Lu Yin raised his foot and walked up. Huang San hurriedly followed. Bro, even if you can't speak, you can at least make a few gestures. Where are you from? Which ancestor's master are you from? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Lu Yin's expression changed. What? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? F***CK Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? That fatty can't be talking about a progenitor, right? Impossible. There aren't any progenitors in the universe. It should be a title for a powerhouse, the monkey cried. Lu Yin thought of this as well, and he looked up once more as he slowly walked up. Brother, don't tell me you can't even hear me? I can't be so unlucky to run into someone who's both deaf and mute, the fatty wailed and chased after him. Brother, you really can't hear me? Or are you messing with me? There's no need for that. I'm just a puny explorer who doesn't have much power, so I'm not worth toying with. Why don't you say something? Brother, you're not bad, but you're not even half as good as me. Brother, let's become sworn brothers. The fatty was clearly someone who could not sit still, and he kept chattering in Lu Yin's ear. Although most of it was nonsense, Lu Yin still managed to learn some information, such as that the fatty was an explorer, that he was going to look for his fiancée, and that this place was called the Daoist sect. Through his words, Lu Yin realized that he had never heard of any of the places mentioned by this person, and he even included some strange terms. Brother, which expert did your imprint belong to? Imprinter? World imprinter? Or a cosmic imprinter? Bro, you really can't hear me. Fatty's voice rose an octave. Finally, he confirmed that Lu Yin really could not hear him, and he began to bemoan his fate. I was born in the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family, and the Huang family was originally an imprinter family. They had made great contributions during the Ancient Continents War, but after the imprinter ancestor died, the family weakened. So what if it was weak to begin with? I didn't have much of a goal, and I just wanted to muddle along and wait for death to come. But then I met Xiaojing, and from then on I fell in love. My Huang family and Xiaojing's Yan family actually had a marriage contract that had been passed down for generations. However, the Yan family looked down on my Huang family. Did you know, bro? The Yan family now has an imprinter, and they're a genuine imprinter family. If my Huang family was still an imprinter family, then this marriage contract would still be valid, but now? Talking about it makes me cry. The most infuriating thing is that the Autumn Frost family interfered. Autumn Frost Qing, that shameless bastard, actually chased after Xiaojing, and the Yan family couldn't wait to climb up to the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family is one of the strongest families in the entire Bloodburn realm, and they have a world imprinter in their family. That's a world imprinter we're talking about. Even when my Huang family was at its peak, we couldn't compare to them. But I won't give up. I'm determined to marry Xiaojing. That's my lifelong dream. The fatty spoke for more than an hour, and Lu Yin listened to him. He didn't know anything about imprinters or world imprinters, but that didn't matter. As long as he interacted with the fatty for a long time, this guy would definitely spill everything out like candy. Bro, it's been hard on me. When I was 3 years old, I saw a woman's skirt being blown up by the wind, and I went up to help her pull it down. I don't know which bastard pushed me, but I directly dove into her skirt. I was only 3 years old at the time, and the woman was in her 40s or 50s. How could I have taken a liking to her? I was called a pervert, and from then on I became famous. People called me the little prince of dove skirts, and even now legends about me are spreading around the city. When I was 4 years old, I used my pocket money to buy a book about the divine art of Genesis. The secret manual stated that it required a virgin boy's urine to cultivate. I decided to show my filial piety to my father, so I personally gave him a cup of virgin boy's urine. After that, my father hung me up and beat me for 3 days. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with a very pretty girl of the same age. I mustered up the courage to confess, and I succeeded. I was so excited at the time, and I still remember it to this day. But that bastard turned out to be a boy. Isn't it a lie for a boy to be so pretty? Even now, that guy still pesters me and insists that I have to take responsibility. When I was 6 years old, Lu Yin looked at the fatty strangely. Was this guy making up stories or telling the truth? If it was true, then his experiences were legendary, and it was already pretty good that he was still alive. 7th bro, it's not easy for this fatty to survive. Take him along, the monkey sighed. The monkey pitied the fatty. There was a whoosh as a first divine gate guardian charged out from the forest and slapped the fatty. The fatty was stunned as the guardian had been hiding too close to him, and it was also very fast. The fatty could tell at a glance that the guardian was not the agile type. Fortunately, Lu Yin was right next to the fatty and he reached out to pull the fatty over. He then kicked the first divine gate guardian 5 meters away, which shocked the fatty. When Lu Yin had saved him earlier, the fatty had been too scared to notice what had happened. Now that he saw it clearly, he said, "Bro, you used your foot to kick it. That's really powerful." The first divine gate guardian charged forward again, but Lu Yin dodged to the side to avoid its attack. He then pressed down on the first divine gate guardian's head with a single palm. There was a thump, and the first divine gate guardian's head was sent flying. From start to finish, it had not even taken more than 10 seconds. The fatty's mouth fell open and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. "Bro, you're definitely not some nobody. That's a guardian from the 5th mainland's Daoist sect's first divine gate. Even many elite disciples from large families are no match for it in a one-on-one fight, but you killed it in just a few seconds without using an imprint or any battle techniques." The 5th mainland? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he continued to walk forward in silence. The fatty licked his lips and followed him with a smile. "Bro, you must have made preparations before coming to the Daoist sect. Where are you going? Oh, I forgot you can't speak or hear. How about this fat bro will follow you? Bro, you're such a nice person so you won't mind, right?" Up ahead, another first divine gate guardian was wandering around. Lu Yin paused and looked at the fatty. The fatty blinked. "Bro, what's the meaning of this?" Lu Yin looked at the first divine gate guardian and then back at the fatty. He just stood there. The fatty's face turned bitter. "Bro, you're not planning on letting me go, are you?" Lu Yin walked to the side of the path and leaned against a tree. He just watched the fatty. The fatty had said so many strange things along the way and Lu Yin did not understand them. However, since they were related to battle, Lu Yin wanted to see how the fatty fought. "I understand. Bro, you want to see if I'm qualified to follow you. Fine, fat bro will go all out." The fatty gritted his teeth and slowly approached the first divine gate guardian. The first divine gate guardian quickly discovered the fatty, and it suddenly charged over, causing the ground to tremble. The fatty's face paled as he watched the first divine gate guardian approach. His eyes widened as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. As the phantom appeared, the fatty's aura changed and an indescribable deterrent force appeared. "Myriad elephant fist," the fatty shouted as he punched out. A strange energy coiled around his arm, and the roar of 100 beasts could be heard as he collided with the first divine gate guardian's fist. Bang! Shockwaves shot out in all directions, crushing the trees on the side of the path. The first divine gate guardian was actually forced back a dozen steps by the fatty's punch. The fatty took the opportunity to attack again, and the phantom behind him became even more blurry. "Myriad elephant fist." The fatty roared again and his face turned red. He viciously punched the first divine gate guardian's head, sending it flying. The fatty's body slammed into the first divine gate guardian's body, and both of them fell to the ground. At the same time, the phantom behind him dissipated. Lu Yin watched this scene in shock. What had just happened? He could see through the fatty's strength, but when that phantom had appeared, the fatty's strength had increased significantly. His strength had also increased significantly in an instant, as if he had become a completely different person. With the fatty's strength, it should have been impossible for him to cripple a first divine gate guardian with a single punch, but he had done so. Could it be that the phantom behind him was the imprint that Lu Yin had just mentioned? Lu Yin slowly walked over and looked down at the fatty. The fatty grimaced and smiled bitterly. "Bro, I've already done my best and defeated a first divine gate guardian. Can I follow you?" Lu Yin stretched out a hand and the fatty took it. Lu Yin pulled him up and rubbed his fists. The fatty's fists were now red and swollen. It seemed that those 2 punches had taken quite a toll on him. Lu Yin was very curious about this place, and he felt as if he had stumbled upon a new path of cultivation. Lu Yin felt as if he had discovered a new path of cultivation. The fatty's explosive power could only deal with one first divine gate guardian. Lu Yin led the fatty up the mountain, and Lu Yin was the one who dealt with almost all of the first divine gate guardians that they encountered. The fatty was very curious about Lu Yin. Someone who could easily defeat a first divine gate guardian without using an imprint, battle techniques, or even an innate gift had to have a terrifying physical body. Chapter 6:18. After walking for a long time, the sky had already darkened. Lu Yin sat on a tree and looked up at the sky. He had not expected the night sky to be so beautiful here. Bro, how many days can your futon last you here? The fatty suddenly asked. He then became annoyed. I forgot. You're deaf and mute. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Futon? It should be that praying mat. How many days can it last me? That meant that there was a time limit and everyone's time was different. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to take out his futon to see what the fatty would say. But the next moment his expression changed. He couldn't open his cosmic ring. What the hell? Why can't I open my cosmic ring? Lu Yin tried a few times but it was the same. He suddenly recalled a detail. The fatty was weaker than him but he was still considered an elite genius. It was impossible for him to not have medicine, but his fist was still swollen. Could it be that he couldn't open his cosmic ring? Lu Yin lay down and recalled the fatty's words from the day before. First, this place was called the Daoist sect and this was a place where the Daoist sect tested their disciples. It was called the First Divine Gate. The fatty's cultivation method was very strange, and he seemed to have been blessed by something. The fatty's cultivation method seemed to be a symbol or rather a synonym for a powerhouse. The fatty had said that he was an explorer, which proved that this place was connected to the universe. If this place was connected to the universe, then it had a different cultivation system. Could it be that he had come to a distant weave in the outerverse? No, this cultivation system was very powerful, and the fatty's power level had increased by so much. It couldn't be the outerverse, so could it be a flow zone in the innerverse? Buing guessed. Bro, why do you think Xiaojing won't accept me? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Actually, I was very handsome when I was young. Back when I was 10. Lu Yin looked at the fatty with admiration. This guy had such a narcissistic and miserable childhood. No, it was a miserable life, but he was still alive and was quite optimistic. This kind of person would be a waste of his fat if he died. Let me tell you a secret that even Xiaojing doesn't know about. I told everyone that I fused with a black ox bloodline, and that's what the Huang family publicized as well. Actually, the bloodline that I fused with is the pom-pom pig. The fatty's expression turned ugly. Back when I fused with a bloodline, Lu Yin did not know much about bloodlines, but the Astral Combat Academy had a method to increase one's strength. The Tao of Seed in the trial zones contained some bloodlines, and Lu Yin had used it during the Astral Combat tournament, so it should be similar. He stared at the fatty in shock. Pom-pom pig? Pig's bloodline? This is really weird. So what fatty said about his miserable life is true? When he thought of this, Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to distance himself from the fatty. He wouldn't bring bad luck to himself, would he? Actually, the pom-pom pig doesn't sound good, but its potential is not bad. Rumor has it that there's an astral beast called the Sky-Eater pig that's extremely powerful. If you can obtain the Sky-Eater pig's bloodline, you can evolve the pom-pom pig's bloodline and become one of the unparalleled bloodlines. This is my ambition. I believe that life is not only about the misery in front of you, but also about the future. You have dreams. The fatty could not stop talking once he started, and he started imagining all sorts of life's maxims. Lu Yin wanted to vomit, but he jumped down from the tree and walked up the path. Hey bro, why are you leaving? Wait for me, wait for me. The fatty hurriedly followed. After a day and night of traveling, they finally reached the center of the path that led to the first divine gate according to the fatty's instructions. This path was very long and there were many first divine gate guardians along the way. Lu Yin did not know how the Daoist sect had managed to recruit disciples. Even with its current strength, only the top 50 of the top 100 rankings could safely pass through this path. This was after the Daoist sect had been destroyed, and most of the first divine gate guardians had been wiped out. If the Daoist sect had been at its peak, perhaps only the top 30 of the top 100 rankings would have been able to pass through this path. Was this region really that powerful? For a sect to only recruit the top 30 of the top 100 rankings was a little exaggerated. Bro, the budding terrace is just ahead. As long as we enter it, we'll be able to find all sorts of good things without any danger. Rumor has it that the budding terrace not only has battle techniques, bloodlines, natural treasures, power vessels, and even secret techniques, the fatty said excitedly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Secret techniques? No way. That can't be right. There's even a secret technique? But based on how strict this first Divine Gates tests are, perhaps there really is a secret technique. In any case, I can't figure out how your human domain could have such a powerful sect. Fortunately, it was destroyed. You should know that the tests a new disciple has to go through are directly proportional to the sect's strength. Based on how strict the tests are, this sect must have had a terrifying powerhouse with a power level of over 1 million when it was at its peak. When he heard that there was a secret technique up ahead, Lu Yin sped up. A few thousand meters in front of the two, a group of young men and women were surrounded by dozens of First Divine Gate guardians. They could neither leave nor retreat, and they were in the same situation as the fatty. Fortunately, the path was narrow and there were layers upon layers of First Divine Gate guardians surrounding them. Otherwise, if all of them had rushed forward, these youths would have been finished long ago. Brother Lian, take over from Brother Qiu. Block the two First Divine Gate guardians on the right. Sister Kuei, retreat immediately. Don't use your imprint. Conserve your strength. Xiaozhong, take over Sister Kuei's position. A clear voice rang out continuously as she commanded the group. The voice came from a beautiful woman in the crowd. She had a delicate and dignified appearance, and although she was not particularly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. Even when faced with dozens of First Divine Gate guardians, she remained calm and composed. The group of youths who were being surrounded listened to her commands, and they actually managed to withstand the attacks of the First Divine Gate guardians. They even gradually calmed down. Although they had temporarily blocked the First Divine Gate guardians, they would not be able to hold on for long. The woman constantly scanned her surroundings as she tried to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. They could either go up or down, but they could not die here. Suddenly, the woman saw two figures rapidly approaching and her eyes lit up. She was about to call for help, but when she saw who it was, her heart sank and she unconsciously frowned. Sister Kuei, it's Fatty, someone exclaimed. The others took the time to look down and they all saw Fatty and Lu Yin. What's this damn Fatty doing here? Don't mess up our formation. We don't want to be killed by this Fatty, someone else spoke up. It was a woman and it was obvious that she looked down on the Fatty. A few others agreed, but their words were meant for the woman's ears. They were afraid that she would mess up their formation in order to save the Fatty. Lu Yin and the Fatty walked all the way to the center of the path. He had already seen the group of youths being surrounded by his domain, but he did not say anything. This group of youths was not weak and there were also fluctuations of a domain among them. It was obvious that some of them had comprehended a domain. Bro, it's Xiaojing. It's Xiaojing. The Fatty shouted excitedly when he saw the group of youths being surrounded. His gaze was fixed on the indifferent woman in the middle. Lu Yin looked over. Was that the Yan Xiaojing that the Fatty had been thinking about day and night? His eyes were pretty good. Bro, Xiaojing is in danger. Let's go help them, the Fatty pleaded as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin remained calm and he did not say anything. The Fatty grew anxious as he had forgotten that Lu Yin was deaf and mute. He continuously pointed at the group of youths and gestured for them to help. In front of him, the group of youths who were being surrounded grew anxious. What's that damn Fatty doing? He can't be trying to save us, right? Don't do that. Not only is that damn Fatty useless, but he'll also mess up our formation. Sister Jing, hurry up and warn that damn Fatty to get lost. Yan Xiaojing was not looking at the Fatty, but rather at Lu Yin who was standing beside him. She understood the Fatty very well and she knew that he would not be able to save them. That hand gesture was clearly meant for someone else to see. Did he not hear it? But what was up with that domain just now? Yan Xiaojing's intuition told her that this person was not simple. Under the effects of her domain, this person gave her an indescribable feeling, as if he was unfathomable. When the Fatty saw that Lu Yin still did not respond, he grew anxious and stomped his foot. Damn. He then charged towards Yan Xiaojing and the others. Those who were being surrounded grew anxious. Damn Fatty, don't come over. Damn Fatty, get lost. Don't get us in trouble. Do you want to die, Fatty? The fatty completely ignored the group and his eyes were fixed on Yan Xiaojing. A hazy phantom appeared behind him and he punched out at one of the first divine gate guardians. Perhaps it was the power of love or something else, but the fatty's punch directly crippled one of the guardians. However, he was also crippled and his fist was swollen red. His attack immediately attracted the attention of several guardians, and they immediately attacked him. In the crowd, Yan Xiaojing frowned. There were dozens of first divine gate guardians and defeating just one was pointless. She could choose not to save the fatty as this was what the others hoped for, but she could not do so. The fatty had come here to save her. Helpless, Yan Xiaojing attacked. Her fair palm passed through the crowd and landed on one of the guardians that was attacking the fatty. There was a muffled sound and the guardian seemed to have been hit by a chain attack. It retreated several steps before being pushed back more than 10 meters by a shockwave. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What an exquisite palm technique. She had split one palm into three and most importantly she had concealed the power of the second and third palm, which was different from the shockwave palm and the overlaying stacks technique. If not for his domain he might not have been able to detect it. Furthermore, this girl had just avoided the first divine gate guardians, which meant that she had definitely comprehended a domain. She was much stronger than the fatty. Yan Xiaojing pushed back the first divine gate guardians that were attacking the fatty, and then she grabbed him and pulled him into the crowd. "Damn fatty, why don't you just die?" a girl cursed. The others had ugly expressions as well. Yan Xiaojing could not casually attack as she still had to rely on her to save people at critical moments. Now that she had exhausted her strength and star energy to save the fatty, she might save one less person in the future. No one wanted that person to be them and they all began to hate the fatty. The fatty grinned foolishly at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing panted and glanced at the fatty. What's that person's background? The fatty clenched his fist and looked past the first divine gate guardians to see Lu Yin, who was still standing quietly in the distance. I don't know. I met him along the way but he was deaf and mute. Deaf and mute? Yan Xiaojing's eyes flashed but she did not think too much about it. This path was not limited to only those from the Bloodburn realm. Anyone from the entire Sixth Mainland who had a futon could enter. This person might not be from the Bloodburn realm and he might not even be a disciple of the Blood Progenitor. Chapter 619. After watching for a while, Lu Yin still did not move. The people who were being surrounded had long since noticed him, and they rejoiced when they saw that he had not moved. They had been afraid that he would need Yan Xiaojing's help just like the fatty, which would be troublesome. With a bang, one of the first divine gate guardians was shattered and completely crippled. Another took its place and the group gradually lost their stamina. If they did not break out of the encirclement soon, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. Brother Lian, you rest. I'll do it. Yan Xiaojing stepped forward, and a phantom appeared behind her that looked exactly like the fatty. Or rather, it should be said that all of the phantoms that appeared behind this group were the same. The only difference was that some were blurry while others were clear. The phantom behind Yan Xiaojing was the clearest, and Lu Yin could even make out its facial features. What was the meaning of this? Why was there a phantom behind them and why was it even able to buff them? Was this the imprint that the fatty had mentioned? With the phantom's strength, Yan Xiaojing defeated one of the first divine gate guardians with a single palm strike. This attack was completely different from when she had saved the fatty. However, summoning this phantom consumed a lot of energy, and after defeating 3 of them the phantom blurred and gradually disappeared. Lu Yin saw the fatty's pleading eyes and his gaze turned cold. There was no need to wait any longer as everyone had seen everything. He leaped forward and appeared behind one of the first divine gate guardians. He struck out with a 100-fold shockwave palm, and the guardian's head flew off with a bang. Following that, Lu Yin continuously used a 100-fold shockwave palm. To his physical body, the 100-fold shockwave palm was not burdensome at all. He could transfer 3 grains of fates and he could even use an even more powerful shockwave palm. However, against these first divine gate guardians, a 100-fold shockwave palm was enough. Lu Yin destroyed 7 or 8 first divine gate guardians with a single attack, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Yan Xiaojing was shocked. She had used all of her strength, including her imprint and battle techniques, but she had only been able to destroy 3 of them. This person was actually able to do so with just his physical strength alone. He was definitely not a disciple of the blood progenitor, as only a disciple of the martial progenitor could accomplish such a feat with a bang. Lu Yin destroyed another first divine gate guardian and then pulled the fatty away. The rest of the group was stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed after him. Xiaojing, come with me, the fatty. Half of the dozens of first divine gate guardians and Lu Yin, Xiaojing and the rest. After running for a while, the group finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the first divine gate guardians. They sat on the small path, panting heavily. The fatty thanked Lu Yin and then hurried over to Yan Xiaojing's side to fawn over her. The others were quite displeased by this, but they did not dare to ridicule the fatty due to Lu Yin's presence. They were all shocked by Lu Yin from the bottom of their hearts, and they all guessed that this person was a martial ancestor. Only a group of martial madmen would temper their bodies to such an extent. Yan Xiaojing pushed the fatty aside and walked over to Lu Yin. She smiled. I'm Yan Xiaojing from the Bloodburn Realm's Yan family. Lu Yin looked at her without any reaction. Fatty hurriedly came up to her and smiled. Xiaojing, I've told you before. My brother is deaf and mute. He can't hear or speak. Yan Xiaojing looked into his eyes for a while before nodding. She made a gesture of thanks and left. Lu Yin looked at Yan Xiaojing's back. Her temperament wasn't bad and she had a great figure. No wonder the fatty was so obsessed with her. Bro, you can't bully your friend's wife. The fatty suddenly stood in front of Lu Yin, speaking very seriously. Lu Yin was speechless and he turned to look in another direction. It was a common problem for men to assume that all the men in the universe would like the woman that they liked. Lu Yin had also been worried that everyone would like Ming Yan, so he could understand that. Seventh bro, that damn fatty doesn't have any self-awareness at all. That woman doesn't look like she's easy to deal with, so why would she like him? What a joke. The monkey sneered. Lu Yin thought the same as well. Xiaojing, why didn't you wait for fat bro? I almost didn't catch up with you. The fatty pestered Yan Xiaojing as he complained about his longing for her. Yan Xiaojing was helpless. You should go back. The Daoist sect is filled with danger and it's easy to die. Fat bro isn't afraid. Wherever Xiaojing goes, fat bro will go. The fatty declared. Yan Xiaojing didn't know what to say as she was also very helpless when it came to this fatty. If he had been an ordinary suitor, then she would have just chased him away. However, this fatty's Huang family and the Yan family had a marriage contract that had been set in their generation. She was indeed the fatty's fiancée. Fatty, you should give up. Sister Jing likes Brother Autumn Frost and Brother Autumn Frost likes Sister Jing as well. They're in love with each other and you can't get in between them, a woman mocked. It was Sister Kuei. The fatty retorted, don't think that fat bro doesn't know that you like Autumn Frost Jing as well. Won't you have a chance if fat bro marries Xiaojing? You're not helping fat bro, yet you're trying to undermine me. Idiot. Sister Kuei was about to retort, but she forcefully held herself back as she felt that the fatty was right. Another man grew anxious as he liked Sister Kuei. Don't spout nonsense, fatty. Sister Jing and Brother Autumn Frost are a match made in heaven. If they work together, they'll be the strongest family in the Bloodburn realm. Why are you so anxious? Relax, Autumn Frost Jing won't like a woman like Sister Kuei. You still have a chance, so don't get agitated. The fatty waved a hand. The man heaved a sigh of relief, but he quickly reacted and glared at the fatty. Damn fatty, what did you say? How dare you insult Sister Kuei? Sister Kuei was furious as well. Damn fatty, say that again. The fatty rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was amused as this fatty's words were quite interesting. Yan Xiaojing grew impatient. Alright, stop talking so much. Don't attract the attention of the first divine gate guardians. She then glared at the fatty, indicating for him to stay away from her. However, she had clearly underestimated the fatty's thick skin. Wherever she went, the fatty would follow. Lu Yin recalled what the fatty had said to him along the way. Pester her until she gives up resisting. It had to be said that the fatty's willpower was very firm, and he had a unique talent in this area. After resting for a while, everyone recovered their star energy. Yan Xiaojing glanced at Lu Yin and then said to everyone, let's continue on our way. We've already passed through half of First Divine Gate. As long as we pass through it, we'll reach the budding terrace. I'm sure everyone has heard of the legends of the budding terrace. Battle techniques, cultivation techniques, power vessels, bloodlines, and even secret techniques can be obtained there. Yan Xiaojing's words made everyone excited, and some of them even began to breathe rapidly. To them, the most important things were bloodlines and secret techniques, especially secret techniques. Even a cosmic imprinter's family might not have them. Any secret technique was born from the heavens and earth, and it had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. As long as they could obtain a secret technique, they would be able to surpass everyone else and stand at a position that countless people could only look up to. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This place was similar to his own universe in many ways, such as the different realms, the absorption of star energy, battle techniques, and cultivation techniques. In that case, secret techniques should be the same as well. Why would a sect place a secret technique on the so-called budding terrace? Were there too many secret techniques? The monkey couldn't believe it either. It should be fake and used to trick the new disciples. How could anyone place a secret technique in a place that so many people can reach without any danger? What a joke. Do they really think that secret techniques are easy to obtain? Lu Yin agreed. Although he hadn't been cultivating for long, he had come into contact with many people and things that ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. Up until now, he had only seen the Yu and Yu secret arts. Even geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Kurswin didn't have any secret techniques, so it wasn't easy to obtain one. Yan Xiaojing only said a few words of encouragement before leading the group down the path. The fatty followed behind her attentively, almost drooling, which annoyed quite a few people. Lu Yin walked at the very back and no one tried to communicate with him. Everyone knew that he was deaf and mute. Soon the sky darkened once more. They estimated that this path would take them 2 days and 2 nights to complete, and they were already halfway there. The group rested for a while before continuing onward. The fatty would occasionally come over to Lu Yin's side and smile before going back to pester Yan Xiaojing. They kept walking back and forth and it didn't seem like they were tired at all. Damn fatty, you're annoying us by running back and forth. Don't attract the attention of the first divine gate guardians. Sister Kuei shouted angrily. The fatty rolled his eyes. You should learn from Fat Bro. Run more and make your legs thinner. Maybe Autumn Frost Qing will accept you on account of your long legs. Of course, you definitely can't compare to our Xiaojing. Sister Kuei was furious. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked behind him. Someone was approaching. Not long after, Yan Xiaojing sensed it with her domain, and she looked behind her with a solemn expression. A figure was rapidly approaching. Very quickly, even those without domains could sense the star energy fluctuations coming from behind them. Everyone turned to look and saw a man dressed in gray cotton clothes and metal shoes rushing towards them at high speed. He quickly passed by the crowd and headed for higher ground without even looking at them. It's an expert from the progenitor of combat territory, someone said solemnly, even glancing at Lu Yin. Yan Xiaojing also glanced at Lu Yin. Let's continue. Lu Yin stared at the man's back and shock flashed through his eyes.